Welcome to the GunChallenge.com lobby chat.
For a very short period of time, you're where, but they're also built. It doesn't mean that it's possible to do it. There's the opportunity to take those people out when they get close to where they need. And some
I don't know, Z, if you're listening, I would say there's just as much potential to be laid siege to. I don't know if he talks about it in there, but it's a good subject. Will looters be the first to go if shit hits the fan? Or will they be the most successful?
Oh, for a question, for a gun show question? Yeah,
No.
not gun show. I can't even think. Up and there it goes.
I actually read a couple of really good books in a series about that. It was one of those post-apocalyptic things, and it really kind of depends.
Was that Glenn Tate?
No, I don't think so. I honestly can't remember the name of the author. There was something, it was a little bit weird one because what happened was something happened and nothing electric would work and firearms stopped working and like you couldn't get a steam engine up to full speed. So basically it just threw us back on a pre-technical society when you get right down to it.
So some sort of EMP type thing.
Well, they're not really sure. I didn't read far enough, and I read the first 2 or 3 books in the series, and we strongly suspect maybe it was alien influence or something, but we don't know yet.
Which
Gotcha.
book are you talking about? What book?
I'm sorry, I honestly can't remember the name of it. It was a
It's not-
series, and I
It's
don't
not
remember
1
what the
second
name.
after or something like that. There's
No.
1 second after and then like 1 month after or something like that.
Nope.
Okay, because that one is definitely not. It's that, but it's not aliens. It's well, no, I guess they don't know, but they think it's another country. They don't think it's like they don't make it science fiction like an aliens.
Yeah, it tells the story of a group of a gal that's a Wicca, and she has a place, and they gather a bunch of people there, and that's one of the main. There's 5 or 6 main groups that they tell the story of across the different books.
Yeah, I've definitely not read that one.
No.
'Cause that I would remember.
I don't think that it would take something like an EMP. All you'd have to do is kill the infrastructure of a couple of countries or something and let the whole world like systems fail. And then you'd basically get the same thing. Everything that needs, everything that depends on something else could fail.
Right, but guns didn't work either.
Oh, well, that's ridiculous.
Gunpowder wouldn't burn hot enough to create anything, and
That's
a steam engine, you could only have very, very low power steam engines. Just something changed the actual nature of physical constants so that things just stopped working.
Well, you could just change the atmosphere enough, like have it get heavy enough so that it's like if it was, or thin enough, I guess, so that the whole atmosphere would be like at 9,000 feet where you can't boil water effectively anymore. I mean, you can boil water, just not hot enough to actually cook anything.
Or reduce the amount of oxygen.
Yeah, but that would tend to have a negative impact on the biological structures running around.
Yeah,
our
well,
planet.
we can live on less oxygen, just not live well.
Mm.
I mean, I'm not talking about a fraction. I'm talking about if you drop it by 20%, yeah, we can still survive. You can't run.
But that's interesting. I never heard of a book using that as a way to create a circumstance to have the story in.
Well, let me go. I'll take a minute and go in the library and find out who wrote the damn thing.
So you're doing a daily gun show topic there? Is that what the other one was you mentioned, G-Webs?
No, we got our topics. Like that's Zeus mentioned that in the chat room right now.
Oh, okay.
He posted a link to this video right here and said opinions with like a shit ton of question marks. So I was addressing his question marks.
Oh.
And that the guy's saying, I think he's saying, it's 10-minute video. He's saying looters aren't going to have it so good. but I mean, I don't necessarily
Oh.
agree. I don't disagree, but I think
At
that
the very
everybody
beginning,
better is going to win. I don't care if they're sitting still or.
at the very beginning, before people really know it is shit hitting the fan, there'll still be a traditional response to looting. Law enforcement will come out. I mean, that sort of thing. I just at the very beginning.
Well, scavengers in every system, right? Scavengers win, or at least they don't win. They survive, which is technically winning, right? I mean, at least scavengers can exist pretty much everywhere, even like when everything else is scarce. A scavenger, as opposed to a carnivore or a grazer, a scavenger makes do.
Once the traditional law enforcement and controlled structures are no longer in play, that's when the answer to the question changes. Because now there's no enforcement vehicle to rule of law. And then that's a valid question. Like you said, that could be a survival mechanism, not your sole survival mechanism, because your area, kind of like fishing. If you fish all the fish out of a pond, now there's no fish left.
Right. Well, and that's like the thing that kind of bugs me on what's its face? Zombie. Walking Dead. I don't know why I couldn't think of that. It's like they're a couple years into the zombie apocalypse and they're still going into stores and like finding food and shit. Like
Right.
what? That stuff gets cleaned out in a weekend when there's a hurricane or something. Like there's
Nope.
no way there would still be stuff laying around.
Nope. You're forgetting that it's not a hurricane where everybody is alive and slowly dying. Everyone basically died in that zombie apocalypse, right? So very few people are using all those resources. So I don't think that's too far-fetched. It's far-fetched. I don't disagree with you, but I can see where you could have some basis there. Don't know.
I guess I could see that. Yeah, if truly most people died off real quick before they could get a chance to go, scavenge or whatever. But I thought they kind of played it up where people survived for a little bit before it finally really kicked in.
Well, people survive, but I mean, the zombies, everybody turned into zombies at like an exponential rate. And then eventually it gets to a point where there's not enough people for the contact to create new zombies, and then after a while it'll slow down. And then it's just a matter of like the zombies dying, I would think.
But anyways, that would just
Whereas they're seeing now, they're literally on a molecular level coming apart into mush.
Oh, is that what's happening on the show now?
yeah,
Well,
they're like getting ripped in half. Like they're decaying this whole time. So any of the ones that like the ones that first turned a long time ago, they're all like nasty and rotten by now. But there are still like new ones every once in a while that it's a brand new zombie, so it still is like regular.
Like at the main compound where the bad guy is, I forget what his current name is, but one of the problems they were having is they were using these zombies as defense zones to keep people out. And then and they would like chain them in position so they couldn't move, except for the mouths, of course. But they were like biodegrading, so like the upper half would separate from the lower half.
Yeah, and all that stuff, they just do that to freaking like show off the special effects. Like that's
Oh, I know. But
they
I'm
just write
saying-
that into.
I mean, if their skin is falling off the outside of their face, at some point, the connecting tissues have to separate sooner or later.
But anyways, I didn't necessarily want to bring it to zombies. I don't know exactly what you guys were talking about. Something about like the scavengers would survive in a shit hit the fan situation or something.
I think specifically, would they get killed?
Well, it
Well,
would be like
yeah, I think some of them would be.
the first week, or the 10 months later.
I would say it depends on if they come to my house or not, right? I mean, there are going to be some people who will protect their stuff,
Yeah,
and there'll be
and
other
there's-
people that won't. So
And where there will be stuff to find is like preppers that were successful, that at some point or another, let's say 10 months later, did fall into some sort of trap. Well, obviously, wherever they keep their stuff is still there.
Yeah, that's very much in the books. They talk about those kind of cultural changes where, towns ford up, outlying farms, they have to abandon their farms because raiders come through all the time, and that kind of thing. It's a very interesting social commentary. S.M. Sterling is the author, and the series is called Novels of the Change, and the first one is called Dies the Fire, and that's the story about when it first hits and all the planes fall out of the sky and all the cars stop and all that.
What's the copyright, or just the approximately?
Oh, that's a good question. Hold on a minute. Thought I kept it with me here. 2006.
Okay.
For the Protectors' War, that's the second book. First book is Dies the Fire. Second book's Protectors' War. But these are tough to slog through. These are like 600 pages.
Okay. These are what's the name of the series though?
A Novel of the Change. All of them say A Novel of the Change. S.M. Sterling.
Okay. Yeah. They were from
Very well written.
2007 up to almost currently. Let's see.
There's a ton of them.
2017. The latest one is The Sea Peoples.
Let me see. Hold on.
Yeah, well, I'm looking on the internet right now. That is the latest one.
Sea People.
There we
Sterling,
go.
I don't think he's that old, so.
Yeah. Like I said, it started. The first one was published in 2007. That's Sunrise Lands, then Scourge of God, then Sword
No,
of
actually, there was 3 before that.
Oh, okay.
Dies the Fire is the first one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've got 10 in the list in the back of the book that are all novels of the change. But the first one's Dies the Fire because that tells the story of the original change.
Okay.
And that one's 2004.
What did I say? 2007.
Yep, for the one you were looking at, yeah,
Yeah, over
2004.
Amazon. And on
then-
Amazon, I do see the one you're talking about. Dies the Fire.
Yep, and then the second one's The Protectors' War, and that one came out in 2006.
I wonder if this is available on Audible.
Yeah, or Kindle, yeah. I don't know. I ended up getting them as hardbounds because a friend of mine took me to one of those old, bookstores where they buy huge numbers. It's a paperback bookstore for all practical purposes. And, they buy them for $0.25 and sell them for $1. It's great.
Right.
Yeah, it's one of those.
Not an audiobook that you want, you can just email to a place and then tell them that you need a thing, and then because you're deaf, and then they'll record it for you. Just you don't make the mistake of calling them on the phone, because then they'll know you're not deaf.
Well, deaf people can use phones. I mean, blind people can use phones.
I was trying to be funny. I only have Bob and Dano as examples today, so I can only do so much.
Wow.
If that's
Oh,
what
so-
you set your
so-
standard of what's funny, yeah, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I only have them to look up to. They're my funny mentors today.
That's not a good sign.
But I think that only applies when Bob has a shirt on.
I'm pretty sure Bob never has a shirt on nowadays.
Probably not.
Well, there must be a new one coming out because over on Audible, they have a pre-order for one called Change Agent.
Oh, what the fuck?
They're allowed to do that, Smaggy. The fuck? They got to pass all books through you or something?
No, I was like, I just rubbed my forehead and it's like wet. Am I bleeding?
Check for blood. You weren't holding a fork at the time, were you?
You were licking your hand.
Is it raining there? Are you outside?
Were you
have a
yelling?
dog?
I'm inside.
You're melting.
Is your fish tank leaking?
With spit going into your mouth?
Did you start a bath upstairs and then forget about it?
Ooh.
Did you leave the sink
Seriously, I'm
running?
like, it's not blood or nothing, but why the fuck is my forehead wet?
Is someone close to you peeing?
No.
Don't think so hard about the jokes. Take
Look
a
out, my
break. Calm down.
I don't think so. What?
You better check your upstairs bathroom.
Well, no, that wouldn't be above here anyways. There's nothing above this level. Just a roof.
Maybe you peed
There's
on
a leak in
yourself
the roof.
earlier and you're just noticing it now.
Do you
Mr.
own a
Pepe,
parakeet? What's that, Knives?
Mr. PP.
Wow, that's bad.
Well, you're going to end up costing me some money because I have a subscription to Audible. And it's like, now I'm going to get stuck into another series that goes on forever.
Yeah, I only read the first two because it was quite a slog getting through the first one. But
What
the
is it
writing
like?
is really good.
Is it like Old English or what?
Oh no! It's just, but there's a lot of descriptions and stuff. So the author Sterling really does really well describing backgrounds and people and motivations and stuff like that. So it's not a there are some books like Heinlein's. You read him for the verbs and the adverbs and the adjectives. Other authors you read for the descriptions and the narratives, and Sterling is one of those. It's just a lot of like I said, these are paperbacks and they're 600 pages long, so they're like twice the size of a normal paperback.
Let's see.
I should get the other ones though.
How long is that? Well, they have unabridged versions of the book, so they're full length, 22 hours long. 18 hours long, depending on which one.
How
I can
far do you
believe
drive
that.
to your staging area or whatever?
Yep.
How far? How long, I guess, in the car?
How long does it take me to get to my staging area?
Yeah, I mean, are you talking like an hour each way, so you got time to dig into a 12-hour or 22-hour book?
Well, it's about 25 minutes, depending on which stage area I'm going to. But there's also times of the evening where I might be 20 minutes here, 40 minutes there between rides.
The worst part about that, though, you're like 23 hours into or 21 hours into a 22-hour book, and then somebody's like, "Can you drive me?" And you're like, "Fuck that." Nope.
Yeah.
I'm busy.
I'm gonna finish this real quick, and then maybe.
Yeah. Well, there are times I got to remind myself, no, why am I doing this?
And so, do you listen to stuff? Like, I mean, is that something that people would like, get mad
No,
about? Like, oh my god, this guy was listening to an audiobook. Or could you like just still have that like playing in the background and people be like, oh, that was kind of interesting?
Normally, if
Well, if you had a Bluetooth, you could listen to it through your earbud, right?
but I don't because I ideally if they're looking to you want to engage with your customer for a positive experience, you can't ignore them. It's not like if you want to keep your ratings up, you don't want to do what taxi drivers do,
Right.
which is ignore the customer.
No,
Well,
that
I
makes
just
sense.
meant like, is that like faux pas or whatever? Like, is that bad etiquette to listen to an audiobook? Or people might be like, oh, that was kind of interesting.
Dude, you get a
can ask
1 star for somebody listening or not wanting to listen to what you're listening to.
Yes.
And a 1 star will make your rating so much that it'll take months of 5 stars to bring it back. And it actually, technically, it might not even come all the way back.
Well, then they might kick you off before then, because don't you have to
That's-
keep a certain rating for a certain amount of time? Or-
Yes.
or-
Well, that one person not wanting to listen to your shit hit the fan audiobook gives you 1 star, and that
Okay,
might be
I was just curious.
the wrong week. I'm just
Plus, you're
telling you.
You're
That's why you got
forgetting
to
about
get your
how,
family.
you're forgetting about how Dano can't really just listen to the book. He's gonna be answering random questions and or yelling at the people and swearing a lot. Like, "Fuck, this can't be
We're
happening."
telling them they're wrong. You're wrong, motherfucker.
I have to
Go
rewind
to the
this because
door.
this was wrong.
Don't you know how wrong you are?
I am Clint.
Listen
Smith.
to that right here. Listen to that right here. Better look out in the back seat. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about you in the back seat right now.
Where you wanted to be, but I'm gonna go around the block once so that you can hear the end of this chapter.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, you got to hear that. Wait. You got to hear this. You got to hear this.
Yeah, well, that could be a thing too. 1 star. Driver dropped me off before I heard the end of this awesome book he was listening to.
Well, the one thing I never let anybody listen to is my podcast because they're all about firearms and stuff.
I was just thinking.
Well, you got to remember, Daniel lives in Illinois.
Yeah.
So he's already got it rough with all the snowflakes and antlers and whatnot.
I just kind of had a funny vision of DB using his headset because he's always in these chats like while he's out and about shopping and stuff. Could you imagine if he was driving around and he had his little thing in? He'd just be sitting there arguing and shit, like be like, who the hell are you talking to? He'd be sitting there making fun of someone or whatever. This guy over here, fucking Night Strike.
Yeah. But it's like once you get a poor review, it's not technically possible to ever get a 5.0 again, ever.
That's what happened to me. Some crotchety old fuck gave me 4 stars and blew my 5-star.
And depending on the person, I will ask them, so have you been, do you use Uber often? And that's how I get people to figure out if they're new or not. And if they're new, then I kind of have this introduction to the star system little thing I do. Because if I don't tell them, nobody's going to tell them that a 4 is a fail.
Right. Yeah, they do that kind of like, there's a lot of rating systems like that. I remember at Applebee's, sometimes you get those surveys or whatever, and you fill them out for like 10% off, like you get a code. Well, my girlfriend worked there, and sometimes people would like leave those laying around. So she would pick them up off the table and then hand them to me, be like, here, like fill all these out, like, type in the code and shit. And then they went up to 9 on a lot of stuff, but there was a couple like yes or no's answers, but it was like, it was a 9 or 8 through 1 all count to 0. You know what I mean? So it's either like excellent service or nothing at all. And they do that on purpose because people will go, yeah, I feel like kind of like, yeah, an 8 out of 9, that's pretty good. Like, but in their rating system, it was worthless.
Smeggy.
Yeah.
At the BMW, excuse me. The motherfucking, when they give you the survey afterwards, if they don't get like the 5 or the 10 star, I think it's 5 stars across the board, the sales guy doesn't get his commission on the car.
Really?
I'm not even shitting you, bro.
Especially because like 4 stars is like good service. Just 5 is excellent,
guess what?
You know what I mean?
The example that the person gave me was everything was perfect for this lady. The waiting portion of the dealership where you would sit and have a cup of coffee while you're waiting and whatnot, right? So since it wasn't the Ritz or something like that, she gave it a 4, which is hey, maybe the coffee wasn't that good that day or whatever, right?
Yeah, they had.
Like, what are you really expecting?
Best, whatever.
Yeah. So he didn't get the commission on the sale of the vehicle because she gave the waiting room area portion a 4. Everything else was 5s. And I just basically told him, I said, bro, you don't need to worry about that. I got you covered. Well, I'm sorry, what did you say, Smegs?
I said, what happens if they don't fill out the survey? Because I mean, most time I don't. If I see that shit, get an email or something.
He didn't get the commission, but he got the rest of it. He got the rebates and the bonuses for getting the car and selling it. It's not just
no. Wait
commission.
A minute. The sales guy is the sales guy.
Yeah, the sales guy gets all that.
He gets all like bonuses and things.
They get a piece. Yeah, they get a chunk of the rebate, which is like thousands of dollars from the factory.
I thought the finance guy was the guy that got all that.
Nah.
That could just-
I bet
He's
you
the guy that's really
dealerships set it up differently.
selling you the car.
Well, yeah. Whatever.
I bet you dealerships set it up different, where either they all like profit share all those kickbacks, or it's just commission, or it's just base salary or whatever. Like they probably set it up different.
And I would agree
So-
with that.
Just that one particular dealership's a dick about like, you better get all 5 stars or you're screwed. We're not paying you.
Every car do
Well,
that.
it's like BMW of USA is like that, I guess.
Everybody I know who
What were you
sold
saying, G?
cars. Everybody I know who sold cars, they either were rich or they weren't selling cars because they don't want you around if you're not doing well.
Well, like for example, there's only one salesman at this particular dealership. So like any other dealership that you go to for any other type of make model of car, whether you're talking Lexus to Toyota to Ford to Chevy dealership, there is going to be 5 salesmen, right? And they're all going to try and almost compete with each other in order to get the sale to you, right? The BMW doesn't do it that way because they feel that if they just take care of the customer is going to be happy. So that's all they want. They make a good product. They want the customer to be happy. They don't need to deal with all this other bullshit about people slitting each other's throats or cutthroats trying to make a
So
sale.
every BMW dealership only has one salesman? I don't
know. That I don't know.
Okay, so
And
then
the
the ones that
dealership
have
is a decent
multiple, they're going to have different commissions. So you're going to want to make more sales than the other guy.
Let's just call them salespersons.
Yeah, why do we have to
Right.
gender?
Right.
Oh God.
I ain't buying no car for some broad.
We all know what we're talking about. Let's not waste any time on that.
I thought we were
Well,
gonna
I
be
don't think there's anything wrong in assuming that some dealerships do it different from other dealerships. Like it's not uniform, right? Now, but if the way that BMW USA or Mercedes Benz USA or Ford USA, they're gonna do stuff different from each other.
Well, exactly.
You know what I mean?
True.
Man, let's not worry about these cars. You guys were talking about interesting stuff before I got here.
thought we were
Yeah,
talking
you
about,
ruined
Black holes and shit.
I thought we were going to
No,
talk about
you
it.
guys were trying to talk about Uber and shit, and then cars, and then all that. But no, you guys were. I was hoping I started it with that dude who did the YouTube video. Is what I hope it started with.
The people that are scavengers or what was it, scroungers, if they're going to survive after no laws.
Yeah. In fact, I'm actually downloading the first book. So who was it that mentioned that?
Now,
It was-
when you're talking,
Bill, you owe me $25.
Like pillagers?
why?
$25. What are you, nuts?
Yeah, he's high, Bill. Don't worry,
Yeah,
he's
I
all
paid $1
smoked up,
for the paperback. Jesus, learn to read.
right?
Yeah, Dan.
Get a library card, dude.
What the hell? Just do everything like everyone
Well, what
else
were you
does.
saying, Moon?
Like pillaging or scavenging? Like the
Well, there's
people
a
that
difference.
didn't prepare, or the people that plan to take it from other people?
Well, in the what do you call it? In the comment section of that dude's video that I had shared earlier, right, where it says that looters will be shot first and shit hit the fan or whatever.
Yeah.
I think that the stupid looters will be, but I think that the ones that are smart, and those are the ones that I don't necessarily call looters. I would probably call them scavengers, like you're talking about.
And I think
They're gonna be the ones that are gonna try and feel out the situation first, as opposed to just like kick the door in or something like that.
There'll be the lone wolf, there'll be the couple, and then there'll be the small or maybe medium or large gang that'll literally scout out, do things. I don't think there'll be various categories of looters.
Yes,
Right, but looter versus scavenger is a big difference because a looter is somebody.
I think so too.
Else, whereas a scavenger is
Well, and
just
here's
taking it from stuff that is around that's not necessarily. He's not going to somebody's house and ripping them off. He's going
Or
to
a scavenger
storefront.
might not be inclined to kill you. Like it's one of those things where the difference between a home invasion and a burglary. Home invasion is a burglary while you're there. So there's a different mentality potentially happening of somebody that don't give a shit that you're there, as opposed to one that specifically tries to do the act while you're not there.
Yeah, robbery is when there's somebody there. I mean,
But that's why a lot of
home invasion is while you're there. Robbery is not necessarily. Like burglary is not necessarily while you're there.
Well, no, burglary is when you're not there. Robbery, that's why there's a difference between burglary and robbery. Robbing is robbing someone. Burglaring is burglaring. It's taking it from someone, but a scavenger implies that you're taking it from a place that there is a lack of ownership. Like it is no longer owned when you're just picking up random shit.
Yep.
So like a lack of, like they're definitely not going out to cause or to get in any kind of altercation or whatever. So I would think scavengers are more like I don't know, a rat or something that's just going to run away if it's challenged.
I was gonna say I think you're gonna have to be a scavenger in that. Like you need stuff, you need supplies. No one's gonna have everything they need right up front.
If you're lazy now, you'll have to be a scavenger, sure.
Well, and okay, so in that dude's comments, right, of that video, some were supportive, some were no way, and one of them was he was talking about a guy that like he went to the hardware store or whatever, right, and he was getting a generator. And like the hardware guy, oh, hey, what's this for? And he's like, power goes out. I need to keep the fridge going for, at least the amount of time from full to empty. Right. Which is something that, you might say innocuously or something, especially if you're in a storm belt or something like that, where literally if my fridge is full,
yeah.
Right. Exactly. So to me, it's not something that would normally scream, "Oh my God, he's a crazy prepper." But so in the dude's comment, he says that the guy, the guy at the store, the salesperson or whatever, asked him if he was a prepper, and I think the guy responded yes or whatever. But the part where it turned sideways is the store guy lets the guy trying to get the
generator.
Thank you. I don't know where the fuck I went all of a sudden. The generator. He tells the guy that, no, I'm not really much of a prepper. I got guns. Is what he says to the guy. He's like, I'm just gonna go out and get it when SHTF happens or whatever.
Well, then then there's more like a bandit or whatever you want to call it.
Exactly. That's a bad guy. That's straight up a bad guy, right? So I guess the point that was being made there was, and of course there were responses to that guy, like in that comment section or whatever, to that dude's story. There was also comments on that. And like, oh, that's the first motherfucker to get shot, and da-da-da this and da-da-da that. But it brings up a valid point in that you don't know if the guy you thought you knew from the store is a good guy or a bad guy necessarily in a situation like this, in a situation that they're talking about or what have you. So that's one of those things where, at what level and distance do you have? Like, do you live out in the country where all of a sudden you can see for 2,000 yards or farther, like somebody coming up the road? Or do you live in a freaking cul-de-sac where literally it's not like you can engage somebody down a block and a half, and let alone somebody that's coming over the fence? You know what I'm? So I mean, there's different levels of timetable happening here.
Can you still hear me, or did I cover my mic?
I can hear you now.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, go ahead.
But the other thing is that this is where it comes down to the lone wolf is not going to do real well in these situations. It's communities that'll do well because you got to sleep sometime.
Well, and here's the thing. Like the human body, right? It's very resilient. It can deal and take a lot of stress, right? But, you sleeping in a tent or on the ground or on the floor or in a cave or, in a tree. I mean, literally just keep throwing shit out there. But the fact that you aren't on a regular pattern of comfortable or REM sleep, your body's never really going to be able to fully recover, after an amount of time. So then all of a sudden, your body's going to have other issues that can potentially crop up when you don't have time for that body to reset and stuff like that. Let alone that lone wolf, they're carrying or fighting for their next meal, or they're searching for it, like you're saying. Will they have a secret cache somewhere out in the woods? Well, not everybody lives near woods to have a secret cache that's you hope nobody ever followed you or knew where it was,
Yeah, but another
So it's just one of those things.
of a scavenger and opportunist in real life in the animal kingdom is that they're not always hustling. I mean, some little tiny ones are, especially when they got plentiful food around and lots of competition, which will happen when there's plentiful food. But if you're talking like examples of the ones out here in the desert or in the cold where there's less competition because there's fewer resources, most of the time they're just sitting around. Most of the time they're just hanging out. So you could be an opportunist.
They're not trying to expend energy. You're right.
Right. And then getting into altercations. So if you could be an opportunist you could be a single individual or a very small group, I think, in that kind of situation, because you could hide someplace and not take up a big footprint. You wouldn't need a lot of resources. If you were like on the outskirts of some resources and you could sneak in and grab a few opportunity, right? Scavenger, and then run back to your place, your little hidey hole, and just hang out and chill, read books. Dano lost that skill, but we could probably be reading or something to pass it.
I read all 16 books of 299 days. I just finished last year.
Well, then that's the government. That's totally different. They got drones and shit for all that. Then we're screwed if it's actually like that. But
that's too much.
So okay. So, for example, you guys that were in the chat, I think last night or whatever, and I threw out that "Give me land, lots of land with starry skies above." It's just one of those things that had been in my head, and so I was looking at land in Arizona, in Nevada, in Washington, in Michigan, and in Texas. And when it came down to it, just about every time, when it comes down to actually like standing water and natural resources, Schmeggy, you know what I'm gonna say? It's the freaking UP, dude.
You're gonna say you're stealing more of Wisconsin.
Yes.
Hey,
yes,
man,
I'm
they
totally
walked back
talking about
fair
the
and
UP,
square.
unfortunately. And we did. We gave somebody Cleveland, so whatever, But because like
Cleveland.
when I was looking at the air, wasn't it Cleveland? I think.
No, it's Toledo.
Oh no, we gave them
Cincinnati,
Toledo.
Toledo,
Toledo,
yeah.
my bad.
Toledo.
They're willing to give a chunk of Ohio away. What do they fucking care? Like, sure, you can have Ohio.
Fair when it
Ohio's
happens.
Well, that's also part of the reason we still hate Ohio, but that's beside. But like when I was looking at the stuff in Texas, it was mostly West Texas. When I was looking at the stuff in Arizona, it was mostly northern Arizona with some stuff. Like there was some small stuff that was near Tucson, but like the majority of it, when you look at the terrain and stuff, like it's short scrub, not a lot of wood or cover, and like literally almost no water. Now, of course, when I was looking in Nevada, it was similar. When I looked in Utah, it was similar. Of course, when I looked in Oregon and Washington, it wasn't. There was more available fresh water. But every time that I looked at the stuff in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, like a couple of them, they were either near a lake, had a pond, near a river. There was always kind of something. Now, the tracts of land that were largest were in Utah, Arizona, and Texas. Like if we're talking 60, 80, 100 plus acres. So it's one of those things where it's like you kind of want to have the spread so you got space so that you can do whatever it is that you want to do, even if you're just a party of 1, party of 4, party of 8, whatever.
Party of 5.
There you go. The Bodine song, wasn't it? But anyway, it's tough with the resource management, because living out on a rock surrounded by salt water, that's one thing that I've learned is one of the most important things. And 3 minutes, what is it? 3 minutes, 3 days, 3 minutes, 3 hours, 3 days, right? Isn't that what
2
it is?
days, 2 weeks. 2 minutes, 2 days, 2 weeks.
I've always heard it. The rules of 3.
You can't hold your breath for 3 minutes. You're gonna hold your breath for 3 minutes. Maybe when you scuba dive.
Yes, for like best case scenario,
yes.
It's 2 minutes though, so it's 2 minutes.
like the human.
Is it 2 days is realistic, and then 2 weeks. But 3 is stretching it, in my opinion, especially out here. You guys are too.
Well,
you guys are.
That's why they're saying that they ain't gonna make it.
Yeah, they don't say you can hold your breath for 2 minutes. They say that you can go without air for, and I think 3 is the limit before your brain starts to say, "I think I'm in trouble here." But you wouldn't be
Correct.
holding your breath; somebody else would be holding your breath for you.
Exactly.
But whether it's
Because
two,
that is-
whether it's 2 or 3, I think that the rule of thumb is a good rule of thumb. 2-3
Wait a
days
minute,
without
does that
water,
mean
2-3 weeks.
Oh, I
without
thought you were
food.
gonna say that the switch that you beat your wife with can be no wider than the width of your thumb.
No, it means 2 minutes because you got 2 thumbs.
Well, technically, mean that would be a double wide stick then.
Is that where the 2 thumbs up comes from?
Where Bob's come from. That would be. We are watching the Instagram. Or wait, we're watching the lobby chat over on Gun Channels, and we're talking about if scavengers would. Is it scavengers? Would
No, the video used the frame looters is what the
Yeah,
okay?
looters.
Would looters be the first ones to die?
I like raiders. That's a more aggressive. You know.
Well, but think about like say the footage from compare the riots that were in Ferguson, compare them to the riots that were in the Rodney King riots. Okay, so like you saw that when looters, sometimes it's the mob mentality, and they're gonna be kicking a door through on a business and running through and looting anything that's available to them, right?
Right, but
Where-
the whole looter mentality is there is already a major riot event going on, and a looter is an opportunistic guy. Whereas if it's a shit hits a fan situation, and you've got organized parties of people going out to take shit from other people, those are raiders. They're not looters.
And I will agree
That's
with
the
you.
distinction I'm trying to make.
When we first started
Yes.
talking about this, I had mentioned how there's going to be different groups. There's going to be the individual, there's going to be the couples, and then there's going to be organized groups.
Yep.
That's what I think Dano's. Yeah, I think Dano's onto it because when you say raider, I think like a dozen dudes who are like entry teams doing it and like coming in and force and just maybe killing or whatever, but having it down. Where I think of like looters as a couple of people, maybe strong arming, but like more like Dan was saying, like a couple, like a few people. Because I think you need a lot of resources to keep an army of strong guys busting down houses. You'd need ordnance, and you'd need, food for all them.
Well, the point of fact in a true shit at the fan situation, the smart guy doesn't destroy his victim.
That's true. They do like
he skims off the top. He takes some amount of stuff, and then he lets the guy go back to work and breed more cows and grow more wheat. And then he comes back 2 months later and says, "Guess what? I'm back again. Give me some more cows."
Are you saying it's going to go back to the same as it was with the Indians, the Native Americans, where there was some of them minding their business, hold up, doing their thing, and specializing, and then having trade and commerce between each other, and establishing ways for she cells to get in the middle of the country and for grain to get all around? And then you'd have the Apaches and the whatnots running around and just taking what they felt like, and raping everybody.
You still have bandits, intercepting commerce and stuff like that.
But I think the assumption is, especially earlier on, that people can immediately go back and start producing. At the beginning, nobody's going to be producing.
Oh, no. That's
It's
why
just
the
gonna be
granaries
mayhem.
is going to be important.
I mean, that's
why the
down
preppers are going to be the primary targets, man, because they're the ones that are going to have all the caches of stuff. Everybody's going to be after those bastards.
After who?
Call me a bastard.
The preppers.
Besides, you look.
No,
pretty
I'm just saying. I mean it as I feel bad for him point of view. If you know you've got a friend that's a prepper, it's like, hey, I know Bob's a prepper. Let's go to his house and get his stuff.
Hey,
I
Bill.
think you got a lot of Oreos.
Bill, I hate to say this, but they'll target you too because you have one of the other commodities.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what that is?
Well, I don't
Guns.
know.
Common sense.
Oh no,
Guns,
guns aren't
weapons.
important. Bullets are
Oh, I thought
important.
you were going to say a Gun Channels account.
Oh.
Yeah, they'll
Well-
hunt you down for that Gun Channels account.
I mean,
Oh, and by the way,
speaking of-
all y'all are on a fucking list. Ha ha.
That's right. We're all on the list. That's
On the-
right.
hey, at
You're
least,
on the gun. You're all members of gun channels. Ah.
Right.
At least it's not a federal list that's the criminal rap back system like you are.
You don't know.
Yes,
This might
exactly.
be funded by the
Except that I have.
CIA.
I would have to say that would be one of the reasons that I have not yet purchased a new law went into effect in the state of Hawaii. I have not paid my money. I have not registered in the system. Now, if they want to take the information that they already have and put it in the system and not charge me, well, then there ain't much I can do about that. But I have yet to purchase a new to me firearm since that got integrated in about December of this last year.
Yeah, but think about that. If the shit hits the fan, your local gun store, first of all, someone's going to empty it out, take it over. But somebody will get smart and say, hey, let's take a look at the 4473s there and find out who's been buying all the guns in the neighborhood.
Well, of course there is that. But I got to say it in a Cuban voice, in a Cuban accent, right, G-Webs?
That's right.
Well, and the world goes to shit. I suspect many gun shops are going to have bonfires out back.
Yes.
They're not assholes.
Yeah,
why would they have
if they're around to do it?
Because if they
why would they have? Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, why would you burn the guns? No, I got it now. You burn the paperwork. I understand.
You take all that pop the bullets off, so you get that gunpowder because it's still good for something, and then you light all this 4473s on fire with it.
Yeah.
Well, why not do it like to the 32s or something like that? I mean, there are still plenty of people that are going to need that 9mm, like your granddaughter.
The only people
the
looters.
I just want to go back to something there you had mentioned. You said, "Oh yeah, you'll have a good commodity because you have a gun channels account." Definitely. Here's the thing: if shit hits the fan, and I'm out, cruising around, and I'd like to think I'm not going to be a super asshole. Like I'm not going to be stealing shit from people, like robbing them type of thing. I'll probably scavenge if there's no one else around. Like, oh, this is useful, I'll take it. But if I come across someone and they have a gun channels patch, they're in the club, dude. We're teammates now.
You're not going to kill
them. We have a full network. And speaking of that, there's a brand new Indiegogo campaign for the 6th generation gun channels patches.
Yep.
So go search.
So you're going to give it to any looter now can go buy one.
Yeah, that's prepping.
Any looter can go buy one now.
You in the stage of prepping because you're buying it before the event. Prepping.
Smeggy just wants to get you into the cattle cars because he's not going to give you a yellow star. He's going to give you a black and white G to wear.
And by the way, that guy who might be wearing that gun channels patch, he may have gotten it off the guy he killed.
Come on, let's disparage the name of gun channels in the future.
In the dystopian,
let's just all assume that puppy dogs wagging tails and fucking rainbows got a pot of gold in, since we're obviously in that type of
diluted.
Well,
listen, I'm just trying to say there's a new set of patches and everyone should go buy some because they're different now.
Oh, well, that's totally different. That's what you should say then.
That's what I said. That's what I was doing.
No. You said the guy that you run into and shit hit the fan that's got some gun channels pat is in the club or whatever.
He was trying to make a colorful story.
And that's true, though. But, I mean, it is true. And, yeah, they could be bad guys, so I'll keep an eye on you. But you know what?
There you go. Thanks, Maggie.
There's a reason that I'm trying to collect them all and meet all the gun channels members. Because this way, I can
put... Are you trying to collect us all into, like, little containers so that you can just...
Oh, my God, no.
Little Pokeballs.
You're part of the zombie team, but I want to be able to recognize you from far away, and I'd like to have that rapport. So here's the thing. If I come across someone who's got a gun channels patch, and they're like, oh, yeah, I'm Foos. It's like, no, you're not. You fucking killed Foos and took his gun channels patch because I know what Foos is like.
You're a dead motherfucker right now. You're dead and you don't even know it.
That's all the reason to get the new glow-in-the-dark ones that are out now, the 6th gen.
Yeah, that's
the new the new ones are going to be glow-in-the-dark too.
For a second, that's fucking amazing. That's awesome. Yes, they're glow-in-the-dark. How cool is that?
Otherwise, why would I make them?
All right.
We already have black and white ones.
I don't know. You make stuff all the time. I don't know what's in that mind of yours.
Yeah, he makes stuff
However,
all the time.
I was gonna say he does. So I'm down.
So everyone should go look into them.
We already got a thumbs
I
down.
can't find the Poco Ghibli patches.
They don't exist.
They don't exist?
There was not enough demand for Poco Ghibli, dude. He sold like 2 T-shirts. I know I have one of them, and Travis has one of them.
You don't have one?
They were very limited edition.
You don't have one, Night Strike?
What?
A Poco Ghibli?
I don't have one. I wanted to get a T-shirt.
I thought I already sent you one.
No, you didn't.
Wait, and is that on YouTube, G? That we got a thumbs down? What the?
Yeah. No, now there's 2.
What?
Now there's 3.
What, for this chat?
Well, man.
First off,
let
who the
me
fuck's
go
watching
right
over
on
on
over there.
YouTube? And secondly, what the fuck's wrong with you people? I'm
Well,
going
no,
to
now
scorn
there's
you.
one. Now there's one. Well, they're probably making you react, so now they know if they put a thumbs down in there, make Maggie freak the fuck out.
Yeah, those guys, thumbs down. Come in here in this chat right now and tell us why you gave us a thumbs down. Right now.
And that's because
you do realize there's not enough room for that, right?
What?
Shh, I was hoping they wouldn't have to bigger.
Okay.
Thanks for ruining it, Z.
What are we talking about?
Oh yeah, I ruined it for you. Okay, all right, you are correct.
Maybe you have to pay
Somebody ought to
$1
just give him a thumbs
up.
down.
No.
There you go.
YouTube.
Bitch.
And Knives is asking for a link for the new patch.
Yep.
Dude, just go on there and type in, was it under gear websites?
Yeah.
On Indiegogo? Or is
There's
it
a
gun websites?
Page
Or it's on the front page somewhere. So
on the top left. I don't know why they picked Rain.
Front page of what? For those people who may not know.
Oh, gun channels.
Plus now there's links all over because I'm posting links everywhere like crazy.
Gunchannels.com.
We should come up with some kind of a catchy phrase so that when people start making cartoons.
You mean the webcomic? Or the comic book or whatever?
I know of a catchy phrase. Hit or miss Susan, it's 9 o'clock.
Hashtag Daily Gun Show.
Well, since Heavy B's not here, I'm going to do hashtag Friday Night Sights.
Which I don't know if 2017 Matters is out there listening from Instagram or whatever, but I definitely want to thank them for the shout out that they gave us the other day that they gave Daily Gun Show.
Yeah,
on
that
his
person's
Instagram.
a cool person. I'd
mean
like
that-
to see.
Yep,
I'd like to talk to them.
You mean that you gave yourself because you're 2017?
No, somebody tried to do that to me the other day. I'm like, no, that's not me.
All right. You keep saying that.
I'm not saying it's not somebody in here. I'm saying I still don't know who
It is somebody in this room. It has to be somebody in this fucking room. That's the obvious.
I don't know if anybody in this room's cool enough to be 2017 Matters. No offense.
Oh, I see how
That
it is.
person is putting in.
Now I wish I was.
Because that person
Jack, 'cause
puts
I
in
would
a
put
work.
post up and be like, "Fuck you, Z."
Yeah.
See, and then I would know it was you, Smeggy.
If that person is in this chat, you should put up a "fuck you, Z" post because he just
Yes,
he just
should.
insulted you.
Z can do it, and then he
Well,
can be
I
like,
mean-
look, the person listened and did it. You guys haven't even doing this right. Come on.
Nice.
I don't know. Whoever they are, they're cool.
But yeah.
I always see Every Second Matters posts. I always see like some gun channels things every once in a while, different links to whatever.
I was going to say pertinent Second Amendment information.
Yeah, and there's a handful of news ones. I just
Oh, and by the way, Knives, you're not in here, so I wasn't even talking about you.
Bro.
You think it's Snipes?
But you can say, well, no, I don't know. It could be. Well, I was just because they said "fuck you, Z."
Think about how stretched out those pictures are, and think about how difficult it would be to edit correctly with tiny little arms.
You're not in here.
Nice.
Who's listening to the chat?
That was me. I was trying to get it to come up, so I give it a thumbs up.
Chat
And then all of
amateur.
a sudden came with me.
Well, there's Smeggy's chat that we're actually in.
Came in
That's
with me yelling.
that's being embedded in Gun Channels, and then I've got my camera over here.
I
looking
thought it
at
was
my-
Pink's chat.
It is Pink's chat, but yeah.
Okay, so there's Pink's, and then I'm doing a duplicate one just to get more viewers or whatever. And I just dropped the link in
Wait.
here
Where are you at?
on gun websites.
He just turned
I've
his
got-
phone on or whatever.
I got my phone pointed at the screen, so we're just simulcasting back to YouTube.
God damn.
Okay.
It's chat inception. It's all cool.
It's called using the internet. It's called new media. So
Wait. Let me
Oh,
go
I didn't
turn
know
the
people about
encoder on, and I can
it works.
put it on hit or miss.
Oh yeah, that does. No, see what happens? That's what happens. This is stupid YouTube Live. It doesn't let it rotate yet. We
Oh,
haven't figured out how to let it rotate. So if you know a way to make it rotate, because otherwise it does this.
And don't put it on hit or miss, Night Strike. This is not an official hit or miss endorsed.
I don't know. We got a couple, gun channel celebrities in here. Why not?
Yeah, I don't like this like technological shaming or in like.
I'm all for technology. Go for it, G-Webs. I
Yeah,
approve.
go for it.
I mean, there is such a thing
are you
as
doing?
chat cross pollination, but this is just like porno level.
Wait, what?
Why shouldn't everyone who joins the chat subsequently rebroadcast onto their own channel? Think about how much more we'd have like 12
Nice.
more.
Way more coverage.
Like,
And I'm sorry, but Dano, if you think that is porn, I don't know what you're watching these days. Just as an opinion, okay?
Yeah, well, I'm just using the cross pollination concept.
So I don't know
if
why you
you're
got to go dirty
like-
about it. We're just a bunch of bees or hummingbirds or something. Butterflies.
watching wherever, you can send in comments and we'll see them because we're watching the comments, obviously.
So everybody message G-Webs on gun channels.
Well, that's really that's the best place to watch it. I mean, it's cool that people are watching on YouTube and whatnot, but head over to gun channels, and up at the top is a little live, and then you hit like what's it, like live chat. It basically goes to gunchannels.com/lobby, and then there's the video and a chat box right there, kind of like how YouTube is. But we watch gun channels more often, so we're more likely to see your comment if you come over, and then you can get a link to jump in.
Yeah, we take the link right here.
Subscribe to Daily Gun Show.
Then we go over here and we put it in like this, so anybody who's in gun channels can jump in and join us.
Oh, so wait a minute. That's what it is. G-Webs is the one that has the haters, whereas
Yeah.
Smeggy does not.
Correct.
Well, I got nothing.
What
It's
is
on
up
Pink's
with
channel,
that,
remember?
G-Webs? Oh,
People hate
okay.
what you-
Well, Pink doesn't have haters then.
People hate what you guys are saying, or
Oh.
perhaps they hate when people disagree with me. This is my channel. You're not allowed to disagree with me.
No.
That's
Let's
wet.
clarify that. You hate when people disagree with you.
I don't ever hate.
G-Webs is full of love.
I appreciate.
I only love. Whoa.
Now,
Poco Ghibli love.
you can easily turn that around, Dano, if you try. Think about it for just a second, and you can twist G-Webs' words that he just said, and it's something where he's going to disagree with you.
But I'm just gonna let it go.
No, I'm not gonna give you all the breadcrumbs. You got to figure it out.
No, I'm working on show stuff right now. The Daily Gun Show email, tactical pop questions of the
Nice.
day right now.
Talking about the Daily Gun Show, you changed the time to 8 o'clock?
No.
What?
It's 7 o'clock Eastern.
Well, because you got it for those 4 or 5 reminders on my YouTube, it says 8.
I don't know what you mean. We changed time zone, so if you're in a place in the country where the time zones shift, but we usually shift the other way, so it's earlier for me and Z.
Now,
Yeah, but
the Saturday show we did was different.
Well, that wasn't at 8 either, though. That was in
Yes.
the middle.
Yeah,
Yeah, it would really be nice if on the main listing of daily shows they had the time zone on there.
They're all Pacific. You mean on the live schedule? They're all excuse me. They're all is it Eastern time?
Atlantic.
Then it says 8 o'clock. It says set your reminder for 8 p.m.
Are you talking on the YouTube thing or something?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, then that's telling you the correct time to watch, because when I go to YouTube to watch, it tells me my time in Hawaiian Standard Time. So
I set it for 5 p.m. Arizona time. So whatever time it is in Arizona, at 5 p.m. is what time it'll be showing up for you, I think. But
Arizona's Pacific, right?
No. Well, right now I am.
Nope.
Yes, in Arizona time, which is our own. But I just scheduled them all, and I schedule them out till April 3rd. So they're all starting at 5. Now, if you're talking about my AK chat on the Gun Websites channel, that does start at 8. But we're talking about the Daily Gun Show, our daily show that starts at.
Yeah, I was just talking about the page that says live gun show schedule that has the every day, and then it has by day. And
Yeah,
it
that's
lists
from
them by
7 to 8:30. You're talking about right here, 7 p.m. to 8:30 EST.
Yeah, that's fine. No, that because I know you guys come on at 7 o'clock my time, but there's been a few of these down below here where, I'll pull in at 9 o'clock and nothing's going on till 10, and I'll pull in at 11 o'clock and nothing happens till midnight, and it's like, geez.
Okay. Well, here, that's different. We thought you were talking about our show. So anybody who wants to can go in here and click edit and change their show schedules. Just nobody bothers to do it. So if you know of one that's wrong, we can adjust it right now because I got the thing editable right now.
Oh, okay.
That's up to the individual. I think we got everybody's correct though.
I think the only one that's different is sometimes Matt
fucks around and does it whenever he
Well,
feels
Matt certainly wasn't on at 9 o'clock today. He was on at 11. And
Well,
I
I don't
thought
have
Matt
to
was
do
2
it.
time zones down from me, so I figured he just didn't. That's
Okay,
9
well,
o'clock
that's
his
different.
time, not mine.
I guess it's a different thing. Matt doesn't ever fill this out, so I filled that out, and I got no idea what time Matt does it because he does it when I'm out eating breakfast. So,
Same
I
with
think-
Yankee.
and that's the thing on the Sunday, he does it when he wakes up,
so
So
I'm gonna
he's not
put
always.
7. I'm gonna put 7 then, and then it'll be hopefully
What?
early.
What time zone you in?
He must be in Eastern.
To whom are you speaking? You know which time zone I'm in. You and I talk all the time.
No. If you notice, I'm sharing my screen here.
Well, no, because I was looking at the other thing. Hold on a minute. Let me go back.
Who's sharing whose screen? Hold on.
That's me.
Rick is sharing his screen.
Rick in Rhode Island.
Yeah,
And this is Bill in Connecticut.
I know that. I'm not talking about. I'm talking
You
about
guys
the
could just open the windows and talk to each other that way.
Stretch out the soup cans and the string.
Yeah, really.
That's really new media.
Oh, I gave up on that.
Okay.
I'll figure it out.
Well, and again, gentlemen, if I may make the suggestion, when you look at your actual subscriptions on YouTube as opposed to gun channels, it is going to post the time in your time zone that the content creator has scheduled the start of their show.
Right.
Now,
And
whether that's
they're gonna hit
Matt
the
changing
button
his
right now.
time, whether it's Yankee changing his time, and it's not being consistent or whatever, or there was a time change, that will always be accurately represented in the YouTube as opposed to anywhere else potentially, because like G-Web
Yeah,
said, he's the one that has to
I
physically
think if-
change the times in gun channels.
But here,
I
the
totally
gun
agree with
channel
that,
starts
but
at 7.
I agree with that, but a lot of guys are not as nice as the Daily Gun Show and pre-stage their stuff, all week long. A lot of guys don't put up the thing until a half hour before they're getting ready to do the show.
That is correct.
Right, and that's the
That's
thing.
when I found out. I go to YouTube and I can't find anything, so I jump back on the gun channels to double check the times.
And the other thing is you can, ask in gun channels, be like, hey guys, is anyone going live soon? Because most of the time, us that are just sitting around, like we know,
Right.
Or maybe we heard, oh yeah, the Yankee said he's sick, he's going to do it an hour late, or Matt had to run to the store and he's going to start up early, or like whatever it is. So like you can always check that, but Yeah, as far as the Daily Gun Show goes, I just went to like tomorrow's, and it says this will start 21 hours from now, which would be 7 o'clock because they round down the hours. So technically, it like that'd be 7:45, but it's really 7 o'clock. But again, that doesn't mean he's going to hit the button right that second either. That just means when you set up the thing, it asks you, do you want to put like a time in there? And you could just leave that blank, in which case then it will just always say this stream will start soon. And you could set the thing up and leave it for 3 days and then hit the start button. I mean, there's, and that happens sometimes. Not 3 days, but sometimes
we had
people
that
aren't
with
ready.
the Edge on Friday, where he had it set up, but there was nobody in the room, so he didn't start the chat until 2 or 3 people showed up, and then he started the chat after that.
Right.
Yep.
So I mean, hey, we're not, like an old like TV station where everything's going to start exactly on time every second, but I think people try and stick to the general time zones.
Oh yeah, I'm not trying to keep people to, we're all just doing what we're doing here.
Anybody know how long the gas tube is on a carbine length gas system?
Can you say that again, please?
7 inches.
How long a gas tube would be for a carbine length?
About this long.
7 inches.
Like from about like here.
Is it? Are you sure, Moon? On a carbine, I was gonna be like 10 and 11, so 10 or 11.
Carbine, 9 on a mid-length.
Yep.
And I forget what rifle is.
According to the internet, known as
Nice.
7 inches.
Why I doubted him. I should just know better.
All
no
right,
fear
good.
working on that tech pop quiz questions while you got us on here.
No, that was the man asked that question. Gen 3 Glocks. Gen 4s have too many parts.
I'm just
Now, what if you got a G30S where it's technically both, where it's Gen 3 with the double spring that is the Gen 4?
Or the baby Glocks.
Baby Glocks don't count as a gun. I wouldn't get one.
Okay.
How many more parts does a Gen 4 have than a Gen 3?
2 parts to the spring, which are what bothers me, and then all that garbage with the changing the safety, the mag release around. That's pointless.
Oh, okay.
Backstrap garbage.
I didn't even think of the backstrap stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I mean, I think SIG got it because of the fact that they changed they made the internal workings of the gun the serialized component. So you could change anything.
They wanted it to be modular so that fire control system that they came up, even with the 250, if you want to think about it, right? Not the 320, the 250 with that snubbed hammer on it or whatever. Literally, that's where fire control system implementation came from. How you could take it from the fire control system out of one, put it in a compact frame, or put it in a long slide.
Yeah,
that was one of the. I don't know if it's innovative, but it was.
It's novel. I mean, it's a unique thing that it was new.
Well, it wasn't new because, like he said, the 250 had it already, but it was not something that was really prevalent. And I think it's a really good idea. That's an armorer's dream, man. And then you don't have to keep changing serial numbers on guns and stuff.
Well, and since that was one of the specific things that the military was asking for was a modular system like that, and they want, and the fact that that's the, so am I mistaken in understanding that the 320 is really just the 250, but striker fired now instead of hammer fired? Is that relatively accurate, or is that an oversimplification?
I think it's simplified, but not much. From
and
what
I have not fired either.
Yeah, from what I've seen on the web, the 250 and the 320 are very similar. But like,
and I mean, I don't understand or know the parts that change. Yeah. Yep. And what are we doing looking at chocolate rabbits? Oh, rabbits in general. Because here comes Peter Cottontail hopping down the bunny trail. Hippity hoppity, Easter's on the way.
Yep.
Shit, I'd
Yeah.
just be happy if spring got here on time. Then no chance of that.
Something tells me we're witnessing the birth of an April thing.
Well, if that's the case, he ought to use the ones from the cat shit.
Looks like a rabbit with a turd.
Was it a cat shit? No, the cat shit video, cat shit 1,
Oh, that's
where
the
it's
tree
the two
behind
rabbits that. What was that?
him. The tree behind him. I had to zoom in.
Can you guys hear that in the background?
No.
Was it a dog?
Oh, sounds like either a firework or something.
That rabbit is freaking scary. Was he on acid?
Well, that's what it looks like when you're happy. No, man, nobody knows the two combat rabbits that I'm talking about. That video
No, no one has any idea what you're talking about.
No.
called Cat Shit 1. No, really? All right, fair enough. I shall Google foo.
No, I seen the Jackalope season meme on Facebook, but that's about it. I just wanted to warm up so I can shoot and ride my bike.
It looks like he's lighting off pipe bombs.
Uh-oh.
Copy. Paste. Copy. Okay.
Do. So did we solve all of the shit hit the fan problem here? We're all going to be expert survivors?
Nope.
We have actually, no one has ever addressed if you're literally, and especially with having multiple Hawaiian members, what to do if you're truly on an isolated island, thousands of miles away from a continent.
Yeah, no one cares about that.
There's no boats. There's
where
no
there's limited fresh water.
I mean, there's sailplanes. I mean, not sailplanes, sailboats, but that's it.
Sailplanes. That'd be awesome.
So let's say that let's go with Dano's theory of there is an EMP that went off in the atmosphere, and that anything that was literally Faraday caged or appropriately level of grounded and or stored is ruined. Stuff's gonna be tough. We're gonna run out of shit paper right away.
Are there any natural resources that can be made into that for that purpose? Like in the Midwest, there's these things called soft green leaves.
You just quit shitting after shit hits the fan because it's already hit the fan.
There you go.
No, somebody once told me these wise words of wisdom, and that is that you got to eat shit and you got to shit to live. That's real, by the way. That's really real. So has anybody clicked on the link yet for Cat Shit 1?
Nope. Nobody cares.
I'm still working on
Shit 1. You're missing something if you ain't seen Cat Shit 1.
Well, I was trying to. I went to right to
Thank
YouTube to
you.
try to find it, and I couldn't find it. So I will try to tab.
Literally, it's rabbits kicking the fuck out of people. Which is why I was sharing it, because we were talking about rabbits and
Oh, so
guns.
it's like Monty Python.
No, it doesn't have sharp, pointy teeth.
G-Webs carries a Gen 4.
I carry a Gen 4, yeah.
That'll
Although
make a
he
Gen.
made fun of the Gen 4 for a long time.
That'll make.
Until
No, he just said it had too many parts. I don't think he made fun of it.
It'll make a Gen 341. They should.
And you know how G-Webs is about excessive amounts of parts. More parts means more parts to break, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
I'm learning, G. It's taking me time, but I'm learning. And yes, in Catch It 1, camels were the bad guys. But those rabbits are badass rabbits. And this isn't even the movie. This is the
promotional video.
Yeah, unfortunately, this isn't even the actual show. It was just a trailer for one. I couldn't find the regular show.
Oh, by the way, G, there is a movie thing in the daily email.
Oh, well, I just spent like an hour doing it. I'll do that later. I put movies in as long as we had movies. I think there might be. No, actually, I think we had movies for all of ours. I think so. We're missing some gun shops and then healthy tips, I think.
Yeah, because there were 2 gun shops and a healthy tip sitting in there as well.
Yay!
Now, would you say, G-Web, since you've seen it, that some of the tactics used in Catch It 1 are relatively accurate to today's military mindset?
No, but from around 2004 era, it was pretty damn good.
Right on. Excellent.
Yeah, that was one of the neat things. They got the gear and everything pretty good. It's like airsofters or something. They knew what they were talking about.
Okay.
Did you guys do the voiceovers? Because it sounds like you lot.
No. I would like to have been involved in that project, but no, I personally was not.
Yeah, I wish I had some Catch It 1 money.
Dude, what do you think that is? You know how many millions of views that thing's got? And it got the funding to become more than it was or whatever, if I remember correctly.
I've only ever seen 20 minutes of it.
Well, and like I said, that one was the 3-minute trailer or whatever, but yeah, I think you are correct that it is 20 minutes.
They missed their boat.
That's
If there would have
awesome.
if there would have been a Indiegogo or not, what is that other one called? Kickstarter, they probably could have done it.
Yeah.
But there just wasn't really a thing like that established yet.
Yeah, because honestly, when did it really come out? You know, was it like the movie itself? Was it last year or was it actually? Oh, 2009 it says. Okay, so there you go.
Mm-hmm.
It's just I never saw it till it was on Facebook. Though.
Did you trace that, or did the software do that?
I'm doing that. Yeah, that'd be cool if software did that. It wouldn't know what to fucking click or whatever, right? It wouldn't know.
That's what I was thinking.
What's rabbit or
You made a real like smooth, curvy line there.
yeah, you can go like. I can, do squares if I want.
Like bending them and stuff. Yeah, okay.
Right, I can do it like that. Or if I do this, then I can.
This is just paint then, right?
Huh?
You're in paint?
No.
So other than the fact that I had a freaking 5-minute non-skippable ad before the thing started, it looks kind of cool.
Whenever that happens, Smeggy, just keep hitting refresh until it gives you a 3-second ad. They used to just make the ad go away after 2 refreshes, but now you have to get to 3 seconds.
So
yeah, that seems like a lot of work.
Just refresh whenever you get a long ad. They'll eventually keep giving you ads.
It was unbelievable. The 2 main bunnies didn't have any sand on them at all.
Don't you remember the joke between the bear and the rabbit?
Yeah.
You know the joke, right?
I do.
All right. Well, yeah, and that's why you don't see any sand on them. Same reason.
We're now up to 19 fresh questions in the daily, or not the daily, Tactical Pop Quiz.
Great.
How many different connotations of where Frontline or site is though?
Both Front Sight and Thunder Ranch have been exhausted.
Thank God.
Okay, how many Eugene Stoner questions?
There might be one left.
It seems like if people wanted different kind of questions, they'd have the same opportunity as the people that submitted the schools in Eugene.
They absolutely would.
But
did you know that Thunder Ranch had more than one location?
Well, Thunder Ranch itself has one location, but he teaches in a couple different ones. He teaches in Texas as well.
Yeah, well, they list the Thunder Ranch in Texas as a separate location.
Well, Thunder Ranch started there somewhere, didn't it?
Let's see. This is I opened up one of the emails. It was on a discussion topic. It says, I think there's a big fear among people who suffer from depression but may not be suicidal. I think seeking professional help will be used against them to strip them of their gun rights, well-intended or not. So this idea is fire ownership and depression/mental health is a discussion point. I'm not sure where that would fit, but that's from Joshua.
Under boring.
What are you talking about?
No, that's some of the laws that they're trying to pass, dude. They tried to pass that law here where that if you have depression and or they're just straight up going to confiscate shit. They're not even. You don't even get like a court case.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Didn't California pass that? Or no?
They tried to. I don't know if it went through or not. And I know, like I said, Hawaii was trying to pass it, and I don't think it did go through. Yet.
And thankfully,
I should say yet.
The Obama thing was not erased, but overridden.
What are you talking about, the Social Security one?
Social Security, they repealed it, the executive order.
If they were going to open up your medical records without your permission. And I mean, right now, you have to appear before a judge and be adjudicated mentally defective. Very clear cut, applies to anybody, no matter who you are. There's no need for a second.
Right, and if the the Social Security or the VA or any of the other ones, if they think that, hey, this person here shouldn't have their rights, is there anything stopping them from opening up a case against you?
Absolutely nothing, but they have to go to a judge. They just can't check a box and be done with you.
Yep, you got to get your day in court.
Yeah, I don't see what, I mean, because that's, although, I don't know,
it's like the no-fly list. We all have due process, period. Or we should have.
Yeah, we should have, because that's the no-fly list is an exact example of not having due process. You don't even know if you're on the thing.
Right.
Oh, it's worse than that.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't taken an airplane
That's why we vote on the bill to see what's in it.
In a number of years yet, so who knows? I don't. I hope not, but
yeah, if I ever get put on that thing, I'll be screwed for work. Especially because I won't find out till I'm like at the airport, and they're like, "Nope, go away." I was like, "What? Well, I got to be at work tomorrow." Like,
part of the rationale for the no-fly list was, well, we'll have this appeal process, and if you get on the list by mistake, you can appeal and work with us to get you off the list. And then Obama defunded the group that was doing the appeals.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that the same? That's the same thing with gun denials. At one point, I don't know if they ever started those back up, but at one point, like if you
ATF appeals,
a gun denial, they just weren't doing it, so they were just stacking up like that's. And he was like proud of that fact. He's like, "Oh yeah, I moved all those agents off of appeals and put them on to, whatever, like the new checks." It's like, okay, well, I guess that makes the new checks go faster, but What about the people who need appeals? Like, whatever, fuck them. And I don't know, did they ever start that back up where they're starting to process appeals again? I never heard anything about that.
I do not know.
I hate that about news nowadays. Like, you'll catch the first story, like you'll be like, oh my god, it's everywhere, and then everyone forgets about it, and there's never any follow-ups. I'm gonna start digging right now.
Because it's not newsworthy. When people's rights gets restored, it's not newsworthy. And if your rights don't get restored, they don't want anybody to know. Very irritating.
Let's see. Gun denial. Oh, I guess it'd be appeals, right?
Yeah, appeals process, yeah.
Let's see if I find something. I'll let you guys know.
Anybody get that deal for the Wolf 223?
No, what was that?
279 for 1,000 rounds.
What?
Wolf Gold and a 50 cal ammo can.
Wolf Gold. Are those still steel case, or is Wolf Gold the brass case stuff?
It's all brass.
Yeah, the gold is brass.
Holy
That's
shit, 27 cents a round for brass plus an ammo can? Is it still going on, or is it over?
fantastic.
I'm checking now.
Yeah, I've purchased and shot a lot of that, and it's been very good. No problems.
So I found an article from January 22nd of last year, so of 2016, where it was basically talking about them, stopping it, where they're saying employees tasked with reviewing NICS appeals have been temporarily reassigned to assist with considerable increase in background checks. According to the article, the backlog is 7,100 denial appeals. There were 7,100 people as of last January waiting for appeals when all of the agents were reassigned.
Yeah, in June of that same year.
They expect to hire 230 new examiners, and we hope to begin hiring of that and using this fiscal year's appropriation. And then in 2017, requests would allow us to maintain that. So they're like, yeah, maybe we'll start back up in 2017 if we hire a bunch more people. But let's see, is there an update to this article? Sometimes they'll do that. You go through the bottom of the article, it's like, update. They hired a bunch of people. They're back on. But nope, nothing.
Well, as of June of last year, there were more articles put out that said exactly the same stuff. So nothing happened between January and June, that's for sure.
Yeah, we hope to hire more people or whatever. I doubt they'll say on the actual website. That's one of the first things that popped up was like, the FBI or the ATF, like actual websites, like, how do I file an appeal? I doubt if I clicked on it, I'd be like, oh yeah, and by the way, no one's actually doing these right now.
I do feel like this place tricked me into buying the ammo because they had the number of how many was left in stock, and it was like going down as I was contemplating buying it. It was like started at 15, and I let it get down to 9 left in stock, so I bought it. And now it just says in stock, like they got a whole bunch more or something.
So is that place, and how are they doing? Are they doing free shipping, or what are they asking for shipping?
It was like $14 for the shipping.
Okay, so it's regular. So they're doing like, what is that, $50
like
off?
$294 altogether. One checked out.
Okay, so it's about 29.5 cents a round.
Which is still pretty good for 223. I mean, I'm normally in the 30s.
Yeah.
Like 33 to 35 cents a round.
I gotta go verify how much I have.
That ammo usually sells for like $350 or $340.
Exactly.
Without the ammo.
I'm gonna put it in the cart.
Hang on, did you post the link already?
Yeah, to the side chat.
In the side, okay.
No,
Sorry,
I
I was looking up some of our gun rights, but I guess I can take some time away from that to be selfish and get some ammo.
And I'm gonna take 5 minutes to pull a quick ammo inventory.
Yeah. Oh. Ohio 45 ACP said there's 12 left. It says.
Everybody clicking ahead of me.
Yeah, you didn't put the link out in the external chat, did you?
I did.
Oh, you put it on YouTube, I'm sure.
Screw them. No.
It just says in stock. It doesn't give a number.
I want that free shipping code.
Moon, you remember how secretive DB used to be about the SG ammo and whatnot?
Know of any codes for this place?
Taking me back, all the way back.
I'm gonna look that up real quick.
I didn't look up any codes.
I love how as soon as you start just like typing like a website in the search bar, it goes like, "Did you mean like blah 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 coupon code?" Like that's one of the suggestions.
Pornhub.
What? I never see that. That's
is that what you mean?
That's the coupon code. Just type that in there. It's a secret.
Never ever type 1 cup. Don't you can put anything you want in front of it, but don't ever type 1 cup.
Something said freaking 40% off. That's maybe that's just a specific product. Get 40%.
And I've
off
rarely
there.
ever seen codes for the Armory. Like almost never.
Oh, you know what I should look at is what's that one? Retail Me Not. That's a good one.
I don't know what state it comes from, so shipping may vary. At least they give you the option between FedEx and UPS.
All right, whatever. I don't care. It's a good deal either way.
I care.
FedEx is probably like $20 to $30 more expensive, I would bet.
No, the FedEx was cheaper, but they were both 14
What?
something.
How is that even possible?
Yeah, I got $15.56 for FedEx and $16.15 for UPS.
Yeah.
All right, anyone in the chat have a coupon code for that thing?
I get discreet packaging
Okay.
too for an extra $3.
I don't give a shit.
Brown wrap that stuff.
Yeah. You don't want nobody taking your ammo, especially the mailman.
You don't want the neighbors knowing that it's different from your strap-on a dildo collection that gets mailed to you every month.
Yeah.
Because it's none of their business, is why.
It's heavy as fuck. That's all they know.
I'm kind of in that gray zone on inventory. I'm not low, but I'm not flush.
I think you always have time for a good deal.
I was just going to say, Dana, do you feel that paying 29.5 cents is too much to get it to flush?
Well, no, that's a good price. I'm not debating the price. I just don't have. I have to dip into resources that are supposed to kind of go towards something else.
I gotcha. I totally understand that. Hey, G-Webs, what would happen if you went circle instead of rectangle? Or is circle too small?
It would probably be too big. It would be too much stuff there. You going to pay for all the materials?
Well, no, what I'm saying is the way you're trying to set it up, I'm just saying a circle might be better for you than all that top space. But I could be wrong.
I'm not sure what you mean, I guess.
All right, card number 59682 38659
What's the store number?
Give him a minute. He's got to give us the CVV first.
Oh, that was 592.
And the expiration date?
1348.
48.
Yeah, it's going to last a long time, or it's really, really old.
And then, as they always like to say, the name on the card as it appears.
Smeggy first name, last name 42.
There you go. I had a weird thing happen this afternoon. Trying to make sure that I was following you on Instagram. Is I put in Smeggy spelled correctly, 42, no spaces, no underscoring, all together, and on my phone it couldn't find you. So I had to go on my computer, and Moon gave me a link to view your thing, and then of course it let me. With the link, it worked just fine.
Where's email? What? That's weird. Oh, email verification. I didn't type it in twice. That is IamAwesome@yesiam.com.
Those jerks won't ship to Hawaii.
Jerks.
That is stupid.
Okay, finalize order.
Makes me think they're socialists or something. Like my money in U.S. dollars is no good.
Shouldn't you be getting yours from straight from the Philippines?
Well, those gold probably got to come through here on the way from Taiwan, where they're made.
Oh yeah,
I'm not sure where it's made.
Yeah, the gold's
That is
Taiwan.
Yeah, gold's Taiwan.
All right, so I got a good deal, and I used my Cabela's card, so I got like a couple bucks back worth of points.
Now, Smeggy, do you ever used 223 steel case?
No, I've never shot steel out of my rifle.
Okay, because that just for future reference, there is a substantial price difference.
Yeah, you can get,
steel for?
you can get like
20
1,000. You can get like 1,000 Tula or Wolf for 200 and something. 200.
Yeah, so like 20 cents a round.
Yeah, 21. I was just mentioning it just so you were aware there was. It's not half the cost, but it's substantially less.
Of course, Mags, you're not actually worried about steel cased ammo running through your AR, correct?
Probably not. I mean, I guess it's a little hard on the extractor or whatever, but
Even if you have no intention of ever using it, it would be just good information to know. Can you run a handful of rounds through it?
Yeah, it's whether it gets stuck in the chamber or not. That's what you want to find out.
Right, and running just a handful of rounds will answer that question.
Well, getting it hot and then putting a mag of steel case in after the barrel, after everything's all warmed up, that's when you really can tell if it's sticky or not.
Yep.
Well, you have to load the chamber, like shoot a round, load the next round, and then wait too long. Then shoot that one, and then
and see if it's stuck.
That's when it sticks.
Well, that's
actually, but
issue.
Smegs, what kind of AR do you got again? I thought you had like a BCM or something.
No, it's Palmetto State upper.
Oh, right on.
Stainless steel barrel.
Nice.
Nickel boron bolt carrier group.
Fancy schmancy.
So if you're on Gun Channels, you can listen to the show easier here. They're saying that they can't hear it on my mic. It's possible that it's just because it's over an hour now of running it off my phone that it might be degrading the quality because of some kind of stream, I don't know, throttling or something. So I'll probably end it here because I don't know. I mean, if you do want to continue to watch, does anybody have the link to I can grab it here, the link to the Pink's show. So if you want to watch it, if you insist on watching this over on YouTube, you can. Here's the link. And I recommend you come over and watch it on Gun Channels because Gun Channels is built by us for us, and you don't have to deal with
and welcome, Pants. We've been seeing you in the YouTube chat the last few weeks or whatever. He said he's finally got on Gun Channels. So what's up, dude?
Right on. So I'm going to go ahead and
Tactical Pants.
PANTS?
I'm going to end the feed on my YouTube channel then. And say thanks again for the people that joined us for the last hour. Been watching the Gun Channels lobby. That's pretty much what the lobby is every day of the week. Just a conversation between gun people.
That was a good movie.
Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to end that one so it's a thing.
You did music outtakes for a lobby?
It's not a lobby, it's on my channel.
For he was streaming it, dude.
Making it classy.
Yeah. So let's put a little extra effort into it. Fluff it up. What the hell? Oh, that's pink.
Just not using this kind of this professional level of stuff.
Looks like Pants was happy you said, hey, doing?
Well, that's good. He's probably still listening since he's over on Gun Channels now.
No,
I forget what chat it was. There was one, man. He was all over it. Was it like one of the AK ones or something? He had a lot of good info. I just remember his name popping up a lot.
Now, you keep saying the guy's username is PANTS?
Yes.
No, the Pants.
On the list of viewers over at Gun Channels.
There you go. It's the Pants.
Because on Gun Channels, he's called just the Pants.
And maybe he's not. Is he in the chat? No, he's not. He's not in the chat at this current second.
Oh, okay.
He typed "woohoo!" Finally signed up, but yeah, he's not right. So he must have like clicked on one of the other tabs.
Oh,
so there you go. That's why you don't see him.
Not a chance, Pants.
Oh, I see now. The Pant.
The Pant? Just one?
Woo, there's an S.
Oh.
Got 2 legs.
You know, I always wonder why do they call it a pair of pants? Does that mean like each leg is a pant?
I guess.
It's put together as a pair of them?
I think so.
Well,
probably started out like chaps or something. Right?
It's a
Call
pant
one like
leg.
guys have pant.
Well,
Pantaloons,
if it's a pant
pantaloons.
leg, if you have a pant leg, then if you have a pair of pants.
Yeah, pants leg.
But they come from pantaloons.
Really?
Pantalones.
Yeah. The word, yeah.
Sounds like a fruit.
No.
I ain't eating no pantalones.
Pantalones.
Well, and pantalones is different from pantaloons as well.
Pantalones in Spanish is pants.
Right. Right, is pants, whereas pantaloons is like probably still Spanish or French, but it's like from the time of like conquistadors and shit like that.
According to the web, the pieces were put on each leg separately and then wrapped or tied or belted at the waist, just like cowboys' chaps. The plural usage persisted out of habit even after the garments had become physically one piece. However, a shirt was a single piece of cloth all the time, so it was always singular.
I can't believe pants went through that evolution. Like
that's from the English forums.
You can just make them how they are now the first time.
Yep. Well, apparently they just made leg.
Dude, could you imagine though? How awesome would it be to have different colored pants and like put on like one side and then put on the other side? You could like mix match.
But like if you were colorblind or something.
Just a bunch of dimwit Europeans invented this stuff. That's why we got the hell out of there and came over here. Those people said no.
Mama washed my half a pair of pants with the reds.
They didn't wash back then, though.
No, true.
Because that's like the new rage, man, is
died.
wearing different socks. It's like what the kids are doing nowadays. At least the girl kids. I don't know if guys do it, but they're like, look at me, I'm quirky. I'm wearing a green sock and a blue sock. And you're like, whoa, rebel here. You're so edgy. But that'd be cool to wear.
Or colorblind.
No, they do it on purpose. Like they do it on purpose to look like they're like they don't care. Like they're so cool. They don't care. I just grabbed 2 different socks. Like whatever, man. Fight the system.
Smiggy gets all fucking upset when he sees that shit going down out there.
I just assume they have
Well,
hair.
I just got into it with a girl the other night over it. I was like, it's fucking
Take those fucking socks off. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Well, I mean, that's all she was wearing, so I wasn't complaining too much, but I'm kidding. I'm just kidding.
Well, I was gonna say, shit. You just need to learn to keep your mouth shut right about that time,
Like, honestly, here's the thing. Like, that's my kind of luck, is that would happen, and I'd be like, what the hell? And she'd be like, nope, we're not doing it unless I can keep my different socks on. And I'd be like, well, then get the fuck out. I don't got time for this shit.
Bag with you.
Girl.
Just assume she has hairy armpits. So it would never get that far.
Why, is that what the girls are doing nowadays too?
I don't know. If you don't care what socks you're putting on, then you don't shave your armpits.
That's just it, though, because they actually
don't shave
care.
nothing.
They're just pretending like they don't care.
Don't shave their mustaches. Don't shave their legs, their armpits.
It's winter time. I don't need to shave my legs. That's what the girls say. I'm wearing pants.
One reason to live in a place where it's bikini weather all year round.
Glad I shut this shit off when I got into the pants chat.
Oh, like your viewers would be so offended by pants talk.
No, it just wouldn't be a good advertisement for gun channels. Like, oh, they talk about like windbreakers and pants a lot over there.
Yeah. Well, we do. And socks. What kind of socks are you going to wear to your class? Windbreakers and socks.
2 different ones, apparently.
Well, socks are important, man, if you got to cover up your leg gun, right?
Well, technically the pants would be more important than the sock, right?
Well, that's true.
Does that mean that everybody wears the boot cut? I mean, and I try not to actually wear pants. Like, I do my best to not wear pants ever at all, if at all possible. Pants,
Like the
that's something
opposite
for
of
the
Bob.
other guy.
You never wear pants, he never wears a shirt.
Right. Yeah, pants are definitely for the other guy.
Like Bob.
Sometimes I wonder how long that leg is that Dano really is on, or is he just like funny like that?
Hey, Bill.
Yes, sir.
That coffee that you made there in your picture, did you make that?
The coffee? Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll be right back. I got a
What?
question.
It's a prop.
You'll notice there's two percolators there too.
I was just gonna say in their percolator, so you know he wasn't even fucking around.
Oh yeah, that's real coffee. My good percolator is the one that's still on the stove. I had to use regular coffee on that one because I was with a group and I drink decaf, so I had to break out my old crappy one and make the decaf in that one.
See, now that's considerate right there. Because some people would be inclined to say, "You're all gonna suffer," because this is what we got.
Yep. And then, of course, you got to make a pan of hot water for all the people that drink tea. That you can't see. That's as far as
I don't camp with people that drink tea. Number one, but number two, and maybe if they said they wanted hot cocoa, like there can be concessions made for those people.
Right. But hot water is hot water, so you always end up using it to wash dishes with anyway. So.
What was that first thing about tea drinkers?
I don't camp with them. But they could lie to me and just say that they're there for the hot cocoa, and I'd be okay with that.
Sure.
I'll be there for the hot cocoa.
Nice.
Yep, those are the real deals, though, with the percolator heads and baskets in them and everything.
Yeah, you just got to be careful. Well, I shouldn't say careful. You can get a little grainy if you spill it the wrong way and stuff like that, or if you overfill, or if the when it starts to drip through, if it doesn't have enough time and it starts to go over the edge. But yeah, no, there's a reason that those percolators were used for literally like 100 years.
Yep. Well, I cheat because I still use a drip coffee maker filter in them, and I just punch it down through punch it through the center.
You just get that one hole going.
Yeah. And that way, if it's sticking out a little bit, it keeps it, like you said, if it overflows a little bit, it still won't get past the filter. So I don't have a lot of grit. That last cup you got to watch out for, but everybody else
always.
Yeah.
But here's the other thing: are you gonna French press? You know what I'm saying? Like, you just get the actually water boiling, and would you French press everybody's coffee in the morning? I don't think so.
No, I people keep buying me French presses, and I keep saying thanks a lot and throwing them under the counter. I like them.
They have yeah, I was gonna say they got a purpose. They do a good job and everything like that. But I better only want one cup of coffee, maybe two.
Why they don't make them in bulk size? Like you can't do a whole pot of coffee press or whatever?
They make some in larger sizes, but usually it's in a 1 or 2 cup size.
Yeah,
especially if you're thinking about camping.
Cups.
Yeah,
well, camping, I can see that.
It's the same thing with like instant coffee. You don't like make a fucking whole tub of instant coffee normally. It's the concept of the French press is that you're basically getting your water to the good temperature and you're doing just what you want. So you got your oils and it's like you're pulling the oils off of the coffee and then immediately drinking it. So it would lose its point if, as opposed to like sitting there letting it boil forever and then all the oils just get all accumulated and like they all get gross. So you want them like fresh just as they fall off of the coffee, and then you want to enjoy it. So to let it sit for any length of time, it would defeat the purpose of French press.
So I got a problem that maybe Bill or maybe someone else can help me with. I just got the other day a coffee pot like the one you're holding there. It's for a stovetop. It's not electric. And I followed the directions, and what happened is that once the grounds got saturated, they clogged the drain holes at the bottom of the basket.
But that's because you're using drip coffee in a percolator. You need coarse ground coffee in a percolator.
Well, or Bill, he wasn't standing there. He was gone when you actually told him your secret.
Oh, well, too bad then.
Oh.
Gotta look.
Go back and watch the chat.
So get a
Yeah,
If
right.
you're going to use regular drip coffee type grounds, you got to use a filter,
A regular coffee filter.
right?
But don't use,
Because
don't use coffee if you're going to make
coffee. Drip coffee percolator grounds are not made for these kinds of percolators. You need a more coarse ground coffee. So
Okay.
your best bet is going into the store. Find a store that actually sells the raw beans and has a grinder.
Right.
Yep, and you grind it yourself.
It's cheaper, and you just do a real coarse grind. And now every time you mutilate the coffee bean, you're fucking with it, and it's losing it. So you can barely fuck with it instead of destroy it, and then you're gonna get much more flavorful coffee too, and you won't have that problem at all anymore.
Okay, so I just have to go to a place that ground.
Dude,
You shouldn't have to- I would be
supermarkets
surprised
these days have it.
Medicine bowl.
You just haven't seen it, but it's probably at your supermarket.
I know Costco does it too.
I mean, literally, you remember when it used to be part of the aisle, like on an end or whatever, the coffee grinder or whatever.
big
Now they've
silver
got
thing.
it so compact. They got it so compact that it's usually literally on part of the shelf now, next to the coffee beans.
Oh, you just
like
grind
it's
it
that much
yourself?
smaller now. Yeah.
Like you just scoop out a little bag of however much you want, and then put it in the thing and hit a button. Or
Usually
something?
the bag is in. Yep.
You buy the bag and open it. You dump it in, and then you put the bag back in underneath, and it just crump right down into it.
Yep.
I mean, when I was growing up, I remember them having that sort of thing in all the grocery stores.
Yeah, it was kind of like yellow tannish colored or whatever.
Yeah.
With the silver hood there that came down over where the coffee stuff got out.
Yep.
Because light's no good to the bean after it's been roasted either.
Because
that's true.
Tony had led me astray and told me that I could just use regular coffee.
You can.
Well, no, you can. You just, if you really don't want the grit or you don't want the overflow spillage like you're talking, a regular drip coffee maker coffee filter, and you just poke that hole in the middle so it sits at the bottom. That's all.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
That's how I do it. I buy regular drip coffee. But if you're in a decent store, take a look sometimes, really read the cans. You'll find some cans say, hey, this is percolator coffee, this is drip coffee, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Because that's the same problem with a French press. If you get coffee that's too fine, it's hard to push it through the press because it won't go through the screen. The coffee will go through the screen.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
And like G-Webs, I had forgotten about the part that G-Webs had added too, where the more you beat up the coffee, the more good stuff you're losing.
So,
I mean, some people drink mud and they don't care. You know what I'm saying? And then there are some people that go to the whole other end of the spectrum where you can go as far as coffee these days.
Well, that's a good point.
Let me ask you one follow-on question, and I realize this is a personal. It's going to vary from person to person, but once it actually begins to percolate, assuming you're making a full pot,
turn it way
roughly
down.
How many minutes do you let it percolate?
5.
That's
Okay.
up to you. That's why you're cooking it and not having it delivered.
Well,
But
that's
you got
why
to
I said
turn it
it's
way down.
personal. I get that. I just want to know what he was doing.
Yeah, I usually cook it about 5 or 6 minutes after it starts perking, but I turn it way down. I don't let it hammer away.
Okay.
Because once it gets to the point where it's coming up the tube, that's all you really want is just for the coffee to come up the tube and come over. You don't want to scald the coffee, so you got to turn the heat way down just so it's.
Oh yeah. The
starting
good part I did.
percolate. Yeah.
And then you just made that good coffee bitter.
Yeah.
Well, all coffee's bitter, so it's all gross and disgusting and evil.
No.
Never had good coffee as well.
I don't really drink coffee so much, but I do love the smell, and I definitely appreciate it because I've lived with enough people that do like coffee. And like I said, some people would like the gas station coffee and not give a shit, like back in the day, so to speak, right? Literally, it's water with some mud thrown at it. Here you go.
That's the best kind. All the rest of the stuff is snowflakes.
Well, I disagree with that in so much as that there is so much more flavor that if you want that experience, you can get that experience. And let alone there's varying levels of caffeinated coffee where it's going to jack you up a little bit to where it's going to jack you up and potentially give you the shakes if you're not ready.
Yeah.
So you're the kind of guy that goes through the drive-thru and holds everybody up while you have your stupid ass coffee.
No, I don't, because like I said earlier, I don't drink coffee. But
that's too bad, man, because you live in the home of Kona Coffee. I mean, my God.
We also have Maui coffee here, and it's
what a
pretty good.
shame.
Yo, what was
Again, I love the smell.
What was up with Clay's butter coffee?
If he took advantage of everything that was native to that area, he'd only eat like pineapples, macadamia nuts, and marijuana and coffee.
And fish,
weigh 400
and
pounds.
hogs, and deer,
and weird fruits that look like they'd kill you, but actually are good.
Pigs are not natural to your area.
But we have them.
I understand that.
As do we have deer. Hey, Dano, quick little history lesson. None of it's natural to the area here, including the people that live here.
So
Yeah, just go. How far back you want to go before you say, well, this is a native species and this is an invasive species.
There are no
they all
native
floated there
species.
somehow.
There
Or
are no native
swam.
species. It's all built with volcanism.
I mean, maybe
The
the
islands are
lava
built by
monster is a
volcanoes.
native species, right? Because it was made in the volcano and started terrorizing the villages. But as long as you sacrifice a virgin every now and again, like you're okay.
I was going to say,
Actually, I found out a little bit about that sacrifice. It was perfectly acceptable for the sacrifices to be people that were caught during the war times when you're warring on another tribe, like captured. Okay, so that wasn't acceptable. An acceptable one was a political rival. And another acceptable one was people that like broke the laws of whatever was going on.
So you need to start throwing a bunch of Democrats in the volcano? Is that what you're saying?
Well, dude, this is a Democrat state. Guess who they're throwing in the volcano, Smeggy?
Isn't that why they like gun control? Because they're peaceful.
They're throwing me. They're basically throwing me in the volcano if we start doing that again.
Well, that's why I said you need to throw them in. That you got to get the upper hand on them.
I'm not king.
You could be. I'll vote for you.
I'm not in charge.
Now, is there a is there still a king?
It's an arguable point. In so much as that there are relatives of said and actually technically the queen was the last royalty in power. So there are relatives of her still alive, but the bloodline has been diluted over the last 60 years or so.
Did she have a male child?
I don't recall right now. I think she had both.
Okay. I was just wondering, like, if you followed the traditional rules of, okay, the first male child, assuming he survived, and
but once the takeover happened, of course, there was no longer the Kingdom of Hawaii because we became a territory of the United States. And then we also after we were a territory, voted in to become a state of the United States of America. So, of course, after that point, there were no more sitting kings or queens at all.
a figurehead, not a ruling party.
Kind of like the Queen of England, right? I mean, she's still a thing.
I know what
she
you're
doesn't actually
saying.
make rules.
Yeah, there's nobody that sits in a palace waving a hand, wearing a funny hat.
No, it may have been the biggest grass hut on the island. I don't know.
That's racist.
No, actually, the funny thing about the Hawaiian royalty was actually they had a higher literacy rate at that time than most Americans. They got to be able to go to school abroad and also to some of the finest schools on the East Coast and in Europe, like
In other words,
Oxford
they
and
were
Cambridge and Harvard and stuff like that.
They were indoctrinated.
No, they were educated. And plus,
Well,
this is at a time. This is at a time before it was all liberal as well. I mean, we're talking late 1800s and whatnot.
I mean, but that's how you assimilate people into your culture. That's one of the ways.
Well, like one of the last princesses, I think she could speak 7 languages. She was educated in several colleges throughout Europe. So I don't know if she was necessarily indoctrinated into anything.
Into the Western world of thinking. Not necessarily into the United States.
Well, that happened when the mercenaries, excuse me, the missionaries came through. Same thing.
Mm-hmm. Can I take a break from Hawaii History Chat to point out that I take back everything nice I said about Pants. I just found out he's from Ohio.
That's too bad.
See?
Yeah.
See how it is?
I thought we liked Ohio, except for like one law.
Do you have a stick?
I said they had good. I said they had.
Nobody from Michigan.
But yeah,
right. Nobody from Michigan is allowed to like anything from Ohio, like at all, ever, at any point in time.
Okay.
Have you still just not?
It's a birthright thing.
There's nothing to get
What's
over.
that, Dano?
We totally won that deal. I mean, we screwed them royally.
Oh, dude.
Here's Toledo.
Are
Give us
you
UP.
kidding
We
me?
win. But it's still, for whatever
Suck
reason,
it.
I don't know. It's like Hatfields and McCoys or whatever. Like, we can't like them. We're not allowed to.
Not allowed to. And I'm sorry, a Wolverine would fuck up a Buckeye every time.
Oh, yeah.
Other than apparently on the football field. Apparently.
What is a Buckeye exactly?
It's a nut. Like an acorn, if I remember right.
Delicious Christmas cookie. I'll give them that too. A little peanut butter ball
Actually,
with a little chocolate thing on top and chocolate on the bottom.
I do want to ask Ohio 45 ACP, who's sitting out there in the chat. A Buckeye is technically a nut like an acorn, correct? And of course, we'll see if he responds.
Like a
Pretty
pea?
well. Huh?
Buckeye pea?
That would be a black-eyed pea, and that's different.
Oh. True that.
Which they are delicious, though.
Black eyes and Buckeyes mixed up.
Well, because a Buckeye, it's going to be like I said, I thought it was like an acorn or a nut, and it basically looks like the eye of a buck. Yes. Like a deer.
Creepy.
Yes. Oh, and I am correct. Thank you.
A Buckeye is just tree or shrub related to the horse chestnut.
Yeah, see, it's really
Showy yellow, red, or white flowers. But they make all kinds of shit out of it, apparently.
Like national championships, apparently. As much as I hate to say that shit.
Dude, he was not over the line. That was not a first down. That overtime game was rigged. He would roll over the line. They placed the ball like fucking 5 feet ahead of where the guy stopped forward momentum.
Smegs, you are my brother from another mother. I appreciate you, brother. I do.
I was in one of these lobbies chats and I was watching it on mute and I went off. I don't know. I rewind it and turned my camera on and I showed it in slow motion and I was pointing on the screen like, look, like this is how far he got in the air. He did not cross the plane. I was going nuts. And I don't even care.
Clearly he did not cross the plane. I gotta say, I'm taking it all back with the Easter egg, AK bunny rabbit egg. It actually looks very, very awesome. Cool.
Yeah, but you shouldn't use an egg. You should use a hand grenade for the other side.
Well, it's for Easter, right?
Yeah, so.
You're like a hand grenade.
Something
egg.
for the kids, you know?
Yeah, I'm right.
Yo, Hawaii.
He ain't here. Who you talking to?
Oh, my bad, G.
What up? Yo, what's happening? What's shaking?
Yo, it's Boy, the gray one or the purple one?
Wait a minute. What?
Poi.
One more time. Poi. Oh, poi. Purple, usually.
Which one is the great one?
And less fresh poi.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
I tasted
Or
the purple.
or it technically could come from a different taro. Technically.
I thought they had different names.
Anybody
It
happen to
probably
get
does.
The Walking Dead tonight?
I'm about to. I think.
Also,
Let's see. Let me see if what's.
I'm just trying to decide whether I should stay up and watch it tonight or just catch it tomorrow. You saw it, Moon?
yeah.
Was it just a space filler?
Pretty much.
Okay.
There's only 3 episodes left, including tonight's, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And Moon, was last week's the one with the kingdom and the guy trying to start all the trouble? That was last week's? And
Yes.
the kid getting killed? Okay. Sorry, I'll be out of here in about 7 minutes. Because I got it on in the other room. And I just noticed that somebody's burying the kid's backpack, so it's about to start with the new one.
Speaking of coffee, there's a new video
Yes.
from the Black Rifle coffee people. What, Matt Best or whatever, or AR-15?
Yeah.
Not what.
Article
how's their thing
15.
called? Is it Article 15? Yeah.
Clothing.
Doctors diagnose a liberal. It was pretty funny. They're like, we're going to show you some pictures. And he shows like a flag, and the guy goes, patriotism is racism. And they show, I don't know, like whatever, something else. And he's like, oh, that's sexist. And and they're like, yep, you're a liberal.
It's old, bro.
What do you mean it's old? It just popped up
It's old.
3 hours ago. Okay, it's a little behind.
That's not
but-
new.
Yeah, it's from like last year or the year before.
Oh, they tricked me. They reposted it and then just threw on their coffee commercial at the end.
Yep.
Oh, well, I hadn't seen it before, so I thought it was kind of funny. I mean, it's only a couple minutes or whatever, so.
For real though, what was with Clay's better butter coffee?
The theory is that you throw a little pat of butter into your coffee and it takes away any bitterness that may have been in there. And since it's a dairy-based product that you could theoretically potentially substitute it for a little bit of cream or creamer. I have not tried it, so I don't know.
Yeah,
but I like butter, so I probably would try it at least once.
And
I'm one of those guys that at the state fair, I've always wanted to try the deep fried butter, but never been at a state fair that does deep
That
fried
just seems
butter.
like too much. I mean,
Whatever.
I'm just saying that just like, 'cause, I mean, I like butter, but I don't want to just like eat a chunk of it.
Deep fried bacon, deep fried Snickers, deep fried butter. It's like it's probably the holy triumvirate right there.
Deep fried arteries.
Don't forget
And
the
deep
Twinkies.
fried Twinkies. Yes, yes. I would try all of those. I would not try all of those in one sitting, though. I would not do that.
I mean, I've had like deep fried Oreos and different things, but just a chunk of butter, I don't know. Maybe it's good. I don't know.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, Z, I know you're getting ready to leave here, but I had
Yep.
something I thought you'd be able to relate to. I had a call to pick up a passenger last night at a Walmart. So I went there, and a guy comes out. He says, "Oh, we'll be right out." So I said, "Okay." So he went back in, and then he comes out with his wife, a shopping cart, and there's a baby in there. Now the baby's asleep, quiet. I said, puts the baby in the car. The nanosecond he put that baby in the car until the baby was out of the car, was screaming like we were stabbing it with a knife.
Well, you shouldn't do that. Oh, you said like you were.
Like I was.
That's
like
weird.
somebody was. The whole ride. I mean,
How do you know what it sounds like to stab a baby?
well, it's
You
what I
gotta know
imagine. It
that's
would
the
sound like
same type of
they
screaming.
were- I mean, to the point where they're getting out of breath. They can't scream hard enough. And of course, the mom's trying to do everything possible to try to placate the baby, but you know.
The baby
Well,
had
then, see, that's why you don't listen to all those books on tape while you're driving, dude.
Well, that'd be a good time. I might want to play one really, really loud.
No.
No,
That's
but I was a good
that's
guy.
when you play like the Barney song or something that you have in your repertoire that only comes out when there's a screaming kid.
No, Dad was in the front seat with me, and I just did the, you know, I had children and they were young. It's okay. I mean, these things happen, and you know, I've been through it before. It's, you know, that sort of thing.
Get
I could tell he was feeling very
out of my car.
Yeah, on the side of the road. You and your stinking baby.
Oh no. We have not yet left the parking lot of Walmart yet. Get the fuck out. Cancel ride so that they can't give you a bad score.
Yeah.
Okay, so don't do that. That's a dick move.
Yeah. No, I was a nice guy.
Did you channel your inner Bob and just suck it up, Buttercup? Was it a long ride or a short ride?
It was a relatively short ride.
And that's all good.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. I'll catch you guys in shortly. Aloha.
In fact, I'm going to go check out my inner Walking Dead as well, so I'll catch you on the other side if you're here.
All right.
You guys enjoy the show. Don't let the zombies get you.
I left my pants in the other room.
I guess they were the talkative ones.
I guess they've all gone to watch The Walking Dead, huh?
Oh no, Knives is back.
Yeah, I don't know where G-Wub's went. He doesn't watch that show.
He's going to make that patch. Going to make patches great again.
Hell yeah, man. He's making a April. Well, at least that does give some room for other people to join if they want to come on in. Click the linkity link. What the fuck?
I'm tempted to buy that MNP.
The fuck was that, dude?
What are you talking about?
I don't know. My front door just made weird noises.
Ghosts, aliens, and probably burglars, home invaders, and rapists.
Are you out driving somewhere there, G-Webs?
Oh yeah, I'll mute it.
Burger. And a shake.
Hi, welcome to Sonic. What can I get for you today?
Can I get a large peanut butter and hot fudge shake?
Then I'll.
I don't know. Whatever.
Anything else?
Didn't see nothing.
That's for 434. Thank you. Have a good day.
Can I pay for it with a credit card out here? So. Look at that. I better make sure I'm buying it.
What's you ups buying?
Shake.
A peanut butter shake or something.
Peanut butter and chocolate fudge, and then I guess it's all chocolate fudge, and then fresh banana. Sounds disgusting.
Well, banana sounds good.
We have a credit card thing out at the drive-through part. That's weird.
Trying to get my credit card number?
No, not at all. Oh, yeah, like a Sonic or something?
Yeah, it looks like a Sonic.
Yeah.
Be like, I want my roller skates. What the hell?
They'll be on roller skates, I think, unless they change something. Except half the time's a dude. Full opportunity.
Do they wear roller blades or actual skates? Because I can't wear roller skates. I think I tried like twice when I was a kid, and I fell on my ass like right off the bat. Even though I was like, I've been rollerblading for a couple of years, but I put skates on and I like fell backwards.
No, it's the same thing. There's no difference.
Well, I have a problem with roller skates.
Anybody want anything while I'm here?
I'll take a squishy. Are you gonna deliver it, or should we just like meet in Missouri?
No, I'll just pour it into one of them UPS or United States Postal. I'll just go to the mailbox right now. Just pour it in there so it'll be cold.
Well, then give me one of them pretzel hot dogs. They got one.
They got one of those near you, ain't they, Bill?
Yeah.
This way, how many of you guys have to do this when you go to the place now? Because you have to go there and buy it, and then you're like, "Do you want that? Do you want that? No, I want that other thing." Or do you just get orders like the old-fashioned way stuff?
Well,
that depends on what's like.
Like, I don't know what I want yet, so go to the place and hold the camera up to the menu, and I'll decide when you get there what I want.
Yeah, I pretty much do that sometimes. My girlfriend.
I eat out so rarely that it's not a big deal.
When she's at the grocery store, we're like, let's make a video call, and then I'll point to things.
I don't even know where the closest one is to me. I think it's up there in Hartford.
What's weird is Sonic's at like, where they in? Somewhere in like Tennessee or something, and then there wasn't another Sonic going into like. They have them. But they're everywhere. Like, holy shit, Arkansas, like there's like 2 in every little tiny town. It's bigger than.
I mean, I know I've seen them in Connecticut, but I honestly can't remember where.
Maybe it's a winter thing, so they don't bother one.
Yeah, because there's not many around here. There are a few, but like I said, they kind of popped up, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago or something.
Is there something bigger than a large? Should I have gotten a bigger?
Extra large.
Super. No, it's just large. They're the only large.
Super duper size.
Small, medium, large, and then mini. So you pay $3 for a. Well, large is probably that giant styrofoam tub.
Yeah, 32 ounce or something.
The Sonic tub.
Yeah, they show pictures. They show pictures of them in glass or plastic, like they've ever even poured one into that material.
Yeah, there's like 6 of them in all of the Metro Detroit area, and I'm looking like way out into the suburbs and shit. And there's 6 total.
When they're visiting, they tell me where they are.
The closest one to me is 40 miles.
Jesus.
And that is Manchester, Connecticut.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. You're only 40 miles
You
from
guys-
Manchester?
Did anybody watch Iron Fist yet on Netflix?
I'm already done.
I heard it sucked.
No, it's
Matt said it. Matt this morning said it sucks.
Matt on Never Enough Ammo.
Yeah.
Well, he's a picky comic book nerd, so he's probably like, yeah, they didn't get the right color jacket.
Well, I heard that it sucked from I forget what YouTube channel, but they
I thought
said
it
it was like a spoiled kid, a spoiled douchebag or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's what he is, though. You know.
I'll have to watch.
It's like every other one so far. Literally.
So, Rich, you camp it all off of that bike?
Yes.
The what now?
Are you thinking of riding this year, or are you going to wait to get your hips fixed first?
I'm going to wait to get my hip fixed first.
Okay, because we do a camp out that's not very far from you, I don't think. If you're only 40 miles from Manchester. It's actually down in Waterford, which is down towards New London.
I know Waterford. It's my old stomping ground. I used to live down that way.
Okay, well, the whores down there, they do a camp out in September.
I don't think they like to be called that anymore. I believe they're called Ladies of the Night.
HORS.
Yeah, I still think it's Ladies of the Night.
I know they now prefer to be called personal interaction specialists, but that's the way it goes.
Do you think you get your shit faster by going in that line? Because I feel like I've been sitting here like a punk, waiting for 2 milkshakes.
No, that's
They
the
gotta
other
grow the
line is
bananas?
always faster problem.
My grandpa would say, are they growing the bananas in there?
Got to milk the cow
I
to
had
make
to
the
go buy
shake.
There's no way there was this many people in that line. I got in the sucker line here, like a chump.
Does everybody have a white pickup truck?
No. Just
Or is that the same guy that's going around and around?
He's just doing that to piss me off. Just like, yeah, someone order something else. Someone order another fry. He's like DB. He's like DB Cooper. Could I get a fry? You mean a small fry? No. A fry. I'll come back if I want another. Cube, please. And I'll come back if it melts and I need another one. Yeah, this is bullshit.
I think they're taking your money, G Web, and forgot about you.
Yeah, I'm gonna push this fucking red button. Is this what it says? Like, call to remind them that I placed an order? Looks like I'm hitting
Just a
that button.
milkshake.
They'd be like, shut the fuck up. Your order will be ready in just a moment. I got a real a real fruit mango thing there.
No,
But
that
like real-
looks healthy. I don't eat that.
Yeah, real fruit and corn syrup.
Real corn.
Contains 6 ounces. It doesn't say
Is
how many
corn a
ounces.
fruit? I mean, it should count as a fruit.
It's a veggie.
Yeah, I'm sure Obama wanted
corn,
it to be like, it's part of the balanced meal.
But I mean, you say
It fits on a
vegetable,
staple,
but
therefore it's balanced.
the corn is the seed part, so that would make it a fruit because a vegetable is like a part of the plant. Like when you eat the leaves or the roots or like the stalk, that's a vegetable. If you're eating the seed part, it's a fruit.
No.
Yeah, corn's a fruit, dude.
Bananas
Tomatoes,
are fruit.
tomatoes are a fruit, right?
Yeah, tomatoes a fruit, but corn's not.
But it's the thing that holds the seeds, so it makes it a fruit.
What is the seeds? You know, the corn cob and the husk. I don't know how people in Michigan eat corn, but I just eat the yellow part.
Peppers hold seeds, and they're not fruit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to look this shit up because definitely fruit. A fruit is when you eat the part that holds the seeds. Are you saying that the kernel?
Dude, the corn is
the seed?
the end of the fruit. Is the end of the vegetable. That's it. There's nothing holding the corn.
Oh, so if you ate like the cob or whatever, that would be like the fruit part, if that's what it was.
I guess.
Really, the whole kernel is the seed? I thought the seed was like the little part. It's like inside the.
There's different
No,
types.
each kernel is a seed.
Oh,
You've
so
obviously
just
never
one.
planted corn.
Well, I know
Number
the
one,
kernel
no roller
is like the seed part, but I thought half of it counted as like the part that holds the seed, and then like just the middle part was the part that is the seed.
No, no roller skates this time, and they gave me 2 of the same shakes instead of 1 of each different kind of shake. Do you think it would have been better to just give me the fuck up one?
They're just stalling you. You realize that, right?
Yeah, they're trying to waste my
you
gap.
call the guys in the white coats because you keep talking to yourself.
No, I'm sure I'm not the only one on a chat going into these things. But I think they're in it with the gas station next door.
Corn seeds are actually a vegetable.
Yes.
They're kernels of corn.
I like popcorn.
I think it has more to do with the dangling. If it dangles, it's a fruit, and if it protrudes, then it's a vegetable.
Well,
why do we call them nuts?
Strawberry patches don't.
The official definition is a fruit is a seed-bearing structure that develops from the ovary of the flowering plant, whereas vegetables are all other plant parts, such as roots, leaves, and stems.
I guess that's why like lettuce is a vegetable and a potato is a vegetable.
Right, yeah, because it's potato's the root, lettuce is the leafy part. But then shouldn't green beans be a fruit? Because that's the pea pod that holds the seeds.
Beans are a vegetable, but peas are the fruit.
No, it's because the pea pod is not from the ovary of the plant.
Correct.
Avocado the fruit.
So if you have something that has blossoms and then the blossom turns into the fruit, that's a fruit.
Well, isn't that what corn does?
No, corn does not do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it does.
The ear of corn grows directly. It's not a blossom first and then an ear of corn.
So the blossom's on the top, and that gets all pollinated and shit, and then like it goes down and starts growing out the side.
No.
Jesus, you're still there, G-Webs?
No, your corn is pollinated from the tassel.
Yeah.
Spores fall off of the tassel and land on the husk on the ear of the corn.
Yeah, exactly. So then the ear of the corn then starts growing seeds, which should make it a fruit.
Well, every little hair on the husk is actually connected to one seed, and a piece of the spores from the tassel fell on that.
Yeah, they go down the tassel though. I'm pretty sure that's the whole tube. They'll come out of there. Or if they do, they go right back in another one. But anyway, corn syrup still ain't a fruit. So remember how you want to put it up. That's like saying ketchup's a vegetable. Plus, this one's going to be all melted by the time I get the freaking second one. There's no way for him to give you a discount. It's messed up. I can't believe people eat like this.
This person says corn seed's actually a vegetable, grain, and a fruit.
Yep, you and I are looking at the same thing.
Corn seed is a vegetable because it is harvested for eating? That's a dumb definition. Anything you eat is a vegetable? What? That's dumb. That's not a good definition. And then corn seed's a grain because it's a dry seed of a grass species. And corn seed is a fruit because of the botanical definition. Botanically
there we solved
speaking,
everybody.
corn is a
It's worthless.
Caryopsis, or dry fruit, popularly known as a grain.
Isn't it like nutritionally worthless? Corn?
Just about. I mean, you got to eat a shit ton. Like, there's not very much energy by the time your body starts breaking it down.
No, sweet
but it's
corn
not
has
completely
a lot
worthless.
Sweet corn
about that.
has a lot of sugar in it.
Contains a lot of cultures, a lot of cult peoples. So it can't be. There can be better ones, but it can't be none.
Well, maybe you digest it better when it's a taco shell.
Well, that's for
Right,
sure,
you
because
know what I mean?
when you make the
You've already
the
smashed it
different
up. Yeah, you can
fruits
get to it easy.
Yeah.
Plus, they're not like refining it down to corn syrup and then whipping that into whatever, like to simulate something else that people do now.
Well, that was a pretty interesting article because it turns out you can call corn anything you want.
Well, yeah, if you're going to get all willy-nilly on definitions, but
No, and a lot of it depends on when it's harvested, what stage in its life it's harvested. So that was pretty good.
oh my God, this is an article from the New York Times, and it has something. The name is corn, vegetable, fruit, or grain. That's the title. And then the opening line is lawmakers waded into treacherous territory of botany last week. Oh my God. So someone's probably trying to make a law banning vegetables or fruits or some shit, and then they argued about corn, and this should be good. Or getting soft drinks classified as a fruit or something, so then therefore it can't be banned or whatever. I don't know.
Well, yeah, because if high fructose corn syrup is a vegetable,
Oh,
then
here's what they did.
Then it's not sugar.
So it's
Even though
this
it really
year, Senator Michael F. Nizzolo of upstate Republican introduced legislation that would make sweet corn the state vegetable. But when the bill came up for debate in the Senate last Tuesday, it quickly earned disapproval of Senator Martin Connor of Brooklyn, Democrat. As everyone knows, corn is a grain, he said, and I would propose that we make sweet corn the New York State official grain. So they're literally fighting over this shit, man. That's your tax dollars at work. Who cares what the fuck, you dumb faces?
You know, that corn is one of the biggest industries, right?
Oh, it definitely is. But like, these people are
Well,
arguing
they all
like, should we call it
any-
the state vegetable or the state grain? Like, who gives a shit what you call a state anything?
Because it matters a lot. Because the state thing is going to be featured at like the 4-H, and it's going to be featured at the state fairs and the county fairs. It's going to be getting all kinds of preferential treatment probably, and it's got that perception that if the state is considering it so valuable to be a state item, then it must have value. It must have worth. And how could all these people that say, oh, it's just big business, how could those people be right when it's our wholesome state crop or whatever? There's
Sure.
perception there. Fuck corn. Corn's pretty bad. They released the modern versions of it. The corn itself is awesome, but
Our state flower is a protected plant. You can't dig it up. What if they did that to corn? Oh my God.
So here comes this. It goes in. They brought in a horticultural from Cornell University. The criteria of whether it comes from a reproductive part of the plant or the vegetable part of the plant. If it comes from the reproductive part of the plant, it's a fruit. If it comes from the vegetable part of the plant, it's a vegetable. So, botanically speaking, corn is this sort of right before Caryopsis, or dry fruit, popularly known as a grain. So, Dr. Pritz allowed that corn, like a tomato, is eaten like a vegetable. So, to normal everyday person, it's a vegetable. And then it says, Mr. Connor's horological knowledge swayed a few of his colleagues, but not enough. The bill passed 46-14 and was sent to assembly. When is this from? 2007? Yeah, June 11th, 2007. So there you go. Sweet corn's the official vegetable of New York State. Bunch of dummies.
All the official vegetables in New York State work in the legislature.
No, those are the official retards.
Oh,
There is a
you mean
difference. There is a difference in corns. Sweet corn is not what is sold on the market. I raise number 2 yellow corn. That is what I make my living off
Is that what you make pencils out of?
But your corn that is sold for livestock use and that you'll see traded on the commodity markets is number 2 yellow.
Right.
There is another corn mentioned that makes taco shells and all that, and that is called white corn. So there is different varieties of corn, and it's sold in different ways.
Well, yeah, there's
But
different types or whatever, but it's still.
Do you got Monsanto thing where you have to buy their corn and it can only be their corn and shit, or do you have to deal with that?
I pay Monsanto money, yes.
But do they do the thing where like you have to rebuy from them? You're not allowed to replant your own stuff. Wasn't that one of the things? Is people were like saving their own stuff and then replanting their field the next year, and they're like, no, you have to like destroy all of it and buy new stuff each year.
That has to do with the Roundup Ready gene. And yes, you sign a contract when you buy their product that says you will not replant their grain.
Now, I feel bad for, I mean, I guess, hey, if you sign the thing, then that's you decided to do with that. But I feel bad for the people where the stuff like floated over into their field. Like they had a field of just regular stuff, and then it got pollinated by the engineered stuff. And so then it had the same genes as the other stuff. And I know I'm saying stuff a lot, sorry. But then Monsanto's came in and sued them. We're like, hey, you have our product, but you never bought it from us. The dude's like, it's not my fault the bees came over here and gave me the genes. Like, what the fuck? I'm supposed to put up bee nets?
No, you should sue them for
And
vegetable
that
rape.
does,
I heard that's not exactly how it went down.
that's not really possible because most corn is self-pollinating from a neighbor's field. You pollinate from that same stalk.
So then how did that dude have some of the stuff in his field and some of it was not? Like, are you saying maybe he, like, I don't know, did something, like he took corn from his neighbor or something and then planted it, like, mixed up with all the other ones?
No, it's a way that they've gotten around refuge plots. Monsanto has naturally mixed a bunch of GMO corn in the same bag with GMO corn in order to create a refuge plot to get away from some of the federal regulations. In other words, if you planted, like we used to have to, now a lot of it's mixed in the bag, so you don't have to do it. But if I bought Monsanto Roundup Ready corn, I had to plant a few acres of regular corn somewhere to be what they called a refuge plot. Now they've went to where they mix a few seeds in the bag, so the refuge is all through the field.
Well, that seems to kind of defeat the purpose, though, because then the first time you use Roundup, you're going to kill off all the regular ones. Whereas at least if it's a separate field, you know, hey, don't dump Roundup on that other field over there because that's the normal shit, and this other stuff's the pure, you know, Roundup Ready stuff.
It's the Roundup. It's the bugs. You know, like your corn borer and the worms and that kind of stuff. The corn is still Roundup, but it doesn't have the GMO capabilities to, you know, avoid the bugs.
Oh, so they're worried the bugs are going to die if you use too much of the Roundup Ready stuff because they won't have anything to eat. I say good riddance to them. Like, what the fuck? They're destroying our food. Screw them. What do we need the bugs for?
Right, but you mess up the ecological balance. of
Birds
the
will learn to
the
eat
soil.
something else. They'll be fine.
Yeah. No, shoot the birds. Take care of that.
When you put enough wind farms around, all the birds will die soon enough.
And I will be honest to tell you, I was way against planting Roundup Ready crops forever. The last minute, but it got to where I couldn't afford to farm without using the Roundup Ready products. So in order to survive, I had to kind of kick myself in the ass and do it.
Well, because it is a way you can produce more for like cheaper or whatever, right?
6 times.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You know, some of the people, like, they're all against, you know, genetically modified stuff or whatever, and then at the same time they're like, we need to help like starving people in other places. It's like, just send them a bunch of fucking GMO stuff because it produces way more. It'll be fine.
That's bullshit. No, that's fucking bullshit. That's a false choice. There's not just 2 fucking choices, and that's what we have to deal with. That's bullshit.
Yeah, but if all your neighbors are planting GMO crops and you don't plant GMO crops, you have a disaster.
You're not competitive. Gentlemen, I'm going to drop off here because you guys are triggering me with the GMO stuff.
You got to go
can't
plant
take it.
corn in the morning?
Yeah,
We're
I got to
about
get
to solve corn. We're going to solve corn. You're going to miss it.
Well, good luck. Solve the corn while I'm gone, and leave me a note. Let me know how it went. I'll see you later.
See you later.
Take care. Colin.
I still think one of the solutions to help alleviate food shortages is growing better food that produces more and is more resistant to stuff. I agree with you. It's not a dichotomy. It's not the only answer. I think it's a pretty decent answer.
Why? Because you've only been given 2 choices. Can't you efficiently do what if we could efficiently feed everybody with the exact amount of stuff we have right now, or actually less? Probably 8 times less.
Well, when you go to the places that don't have very much food, it's because they don't have very much food. I mean, they need to find a way to grow more so they can feed their people. If you have other solutions, then go for it. I mean, that's fine. I'm just saying that's one of the decent solutions is to have something that produces, because right now they're using the old stuff that produces a couple ears of corn or whatever, and then it's done. Or if you have one that produces a whole bunch of them and it's resistance to bugs and shit, but you don't need to use chemicals, then that's
all right. So you're familiar with,
or drought resistant corn and stuff.
So you're familiar with math?
Another way to look at it is when I started farming, a lot of soil applied chemicals on the ground in order to control weeds and control bugs. You know, I used herbicides to control the bugs, pesticides to control the bugs. I used a herbicide.
I was going to say, you were doing it wrong then. I know
I'm
you
just saying, the chemicals on the ground to control the life that's in the ground. Now, the controlling of those bugs is genetically in the stalk of the plant, and that will kill the bugs. So I haven't sprayed any insecticide for years, which I don't like. One thing I didn't like handling them to begin with because they have skull and crossbones on them. Cut some years off of my life because I did that. You know, now I can go out and spray Roundup, which a safe product as far as if you spill some on your hands or something, it's probably not going to kill you right away. Was absorbed through your skin. So in some senses, all this is better. You know, and then like atrazine, they've already found atrazine in well water.
Yeah, so when you have the plants that have the, you know, whatever stuff that...
Doesn't that make the gay frogs?
So I gotta stop and or I gotta jump out and trade these milkshakes for a car jack so I can work on my car tomorrow. But you guys are still living under this false. So that's the part that's bullshit. Is that we have to use what we use it for right now. For example, let's say just easily without even getting into the plant-based diet shit, if we didn't use a shit ton of corn for corn syrup, insist on that being a major part of our diet, then imagine what would happen if we could be, I don't know, 6 times more efficient with the corn that we're able to produce. Anyway, I gotta go.
All right, look forward to talking about this more. Oh man,
chat for a farmer to be on.
I think it's a good chat for a farmer to be on, but yeah, we can talk about guns and shit. Those are fun.
To change the subjects, have you done any reloading yet, Smeggy?
No, my projectiles, they printed the label up on like the 13th or something, and it freaking shipped the 18th. So it didn't even like leave their building till the 18th. So I got a few days before that even comes.
From
Eagleston Munitions.
I've never
Ballistics
ordered
had a coupon code, like 15% off or something, so it ended up being basically like 6 cents a projectile, and that's like the cheapest I could find for that kind of bullets. They're poly coated.
Finding powder then, or
no, not yet. I was gonna do that this weekend, and then when I found like they didn't even freaking ship the thing yet, like I got time to get the other stuff.
Told you I'd set you up sometime offline, so
Oh,
do you remember?
Yeah, because you got 2 jugs or something. You only wanted 1 or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I bought an extra 8 pounds by accident once, so
the problem is if we
I'd sell you whatever.
If we do that though, if you were to like ship it to me or something, that there'd have to be like a hazmat thing, right? Like
ship it, we'd have to meet somewhere.
Yeah.
Which I've been wanting to go to Cabela's someday, so
well, there you go.
know. I don't imagine
Parking lot
Dundee's too
trade.
far from you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I could get down to Dundee in like 45 minutes or so.
Which is about what it takes me to get there, so that would be a good halfway trade.
Yeah, it'd be cool. All right. Well, you can always message me in like gun channels and stuff sometime. Like down on the bottom, you hit like the chat thing if I'm in. It's like a text message for the computer.
Actually, I buy a lot of stuff at Cabela's for reloading. Collection of powder in there, collection of reloading bullets and stuff usually. Which one of them I buy a lot of for my 9mm is that Barry's bullet. But they work pretty good in most 9mm.
So is your place dried out yet?
Do what now? Something's drying out?
I don't know if he was referring to me, but Michigan, we're a long way from being dry. We're still in winter.
I mean, my
planting season in Michigan doesn't usually begin until May.
Yep. I don't know. I don't plant stuff, so I don't really know.
Yep.
I'm just in the pocket of, big farming, even though I'm not a farmer.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have went out and did your garden this weekend, I'm sure.
Well, I don't have a garden.
Okay, your flowers then.
I don't have flowers. Well, I do have flowers, but I have the ones that just come back, so I don't got to do nothing. I actually have a pretty good stock of snapping dragons that, like, we got a handful of them. We planted them around, and then they just started popping up all over the place. So I'm just using them as almost like cover. Like if they come up, cool. If they don't, whatever. But they seem to keep replanting themselves. So that's pretty cool. I got a bunch underneath my tree out front. I have a little planter thing around the base of the tree that had I don't know, some weird things in it, like bushes kind of things. We got some snapdragons in there.
But Friday morning I had snow on the ground, so it was so.
Yeah, it snowed Friday, and then it turned to rain at some point, Friday night, just kind of a little drizzle. But
yeah,
I mean Saturday it was
we got ice
in the 30s.
We got ice out of that Saturday or Friday Friday night, and I was really worried we was going to lose power again. Had all that wind go through a week ago, and that wiped out power. Then the week before that, we had lightning go through, and it wiped out my internet. And seems like we can't win lately.
Yeah, well, that windstorm, man, that was the biggest DTE outage they ever had. It was up to 600,000 customers without power.
Yep, and it wasn't fun.
Yeah, mine came back pretty fast. It was I can't complain. I mean, it went out Wednesday morning, and then Thursday evening it was back on. Which that was the whole thing. I was getting ready to go out of town, and all the stuff I was saying was 90% of our customers should have power back by Sunday night. And I'm like, well, that's kind of cool, but I don't know if I'm going to get it back. Basically, I was at my house getting ready to pack up my freezer and take it over to my parents' house. So I was like, I'm getting ready to go out of town. I won't be back till Tuesday night. So I won't know if I have power or not, even though it would have been okay for a couple days. It wouldn't have lasted all the way till Tuesday night if for some reason I never got it back. But as I was getting ready to start doing that, my power came back on. So I was like, all right, that's cool.
Yeah, that's always scary when you're planning to leave and you have the power go out. I know one summer we was getting ready to leave on vacation and then the power went out, and I told my wife, I said, we can't leave. I got to stay here and protect all the meat and stuff we have in the freezers.
Would you have a generator or something to keep that going, or
fine?
How would you protect the meat?
But the generator I have to add gasoline to it every 10 hours.
Right. So I guess that's what I was asking is how would you being home help protect the meat? And I guess the answer to that is because you could run the generator every once in a while.
Right.
That's the thing. I want to get a generator. It's lower on the list of things I need to get. But I would probably do it where I just would run it for a little bit just so that the thing kicks on and cools everything down. And then shut it off. I could go without lights and TV and stuff for a while. And so I don't know, every couple hours turn it on for a half hour or something just to keep the thing going. Get the furnace kicked on and crank it up as high as I can. And have the furnace in the fridge running at the same time. Then shut the generator off. Try and stretch the gas out as much as possible.
I've been looking at one, but I got to figure out how to finance it. The one I would like is just a permanent standby power system. It is totally on a computer. It will do everything itself.
Does it run off natural gas or propane or something?
Off my propane tanks. But the problem with it, the system I want is about $5,000, and I got to figure out where to find that money at.
Well, when you
But
get it,
then
I'll buy
you-
your gas-powered one for $100 or whatever. We're making all sorts of
that's-
wheeling and dealing.
I guess so. But that's the problem, even when we was out, 10 gallons at a time, that's what? Day? Just to run a generator? So it got expensive the few days we was out.
Yeah. Yeah, Pants has a good point here. We went from guns to coffee to corn anatomy to flowers, and now generators. That's the way the lobby rolls, dude. That's the thing. We don't necessarily have topics. We're just a bunch of friends hanging out talking. We just have a common interest in guns, so it normally goes to guns eventually. Or gun laws or whatever. Or stupid people writing stupid laws in New York or something. Senator Stupid Face.
I see Bob popped in, but he hadn't said anything yet.
Yeah, he's just lurking. G-Webs is back in too. On the road again. That's a pretty cool trade, dude. A couple of Slurpees for the use of a jack. It's a good rental price.
Yeah, it's a freaking 8-ton one. It's like one of the big ones for a truck or something, so it'll work pretty good.
And that's for the car you got to do work on? Yeah, my dad's got one of those jacks that's like, it's designed like it's not. I don't know if it's 8-ton, but was like designed for an SUV so that it like has a lot of lift. Like it's good enough to get all the way. Because there's some car jacks that like they max out right where you're just barely starting to lift up an SUV, especially if it's lifted up a little bit. That was the problem I had with my Explorer. I didn't put a lift kit on it, but I put a little bit like bigger tires, so it ended up like sitting up off the ground a little bit more. And there was one jack that pretty much like, and it wasn't a good like floor jack. It was like I don't know what the hell you call those, like a bottle jack. But anyways, once you start cranking the thing up, it got to its maximum height, like just barely getting the wheel up off the ground. I mean, I could change my tire, but it like just barely cleared.
Just coming past my place now, G. Look like a triple T ahead of you.
I don't think he's coming over to pick you up to go shooting, if that's what you're asking.
Oh, no. No, not worried about that.
Oh, I'm muted. Yeah, I had to go get that jack from Thumbs. So that's that truck stop that's so good. And then this is Circle K right here. And then this is where Bob found that gun. Right here somewhere. He allegedly got that gun here somewhere. And then Bob's in there right now.
Give me a report just so I can show it to you.
Did you ever call him up and ask if you get to keep it?
Never bothered because I knew they weren't going to let me.
Yeah. Especially since you're Canadian.
Well, that'd be the whole thing. Is like, oh, okay, yeah, we'll break the law to give it to you, or it'll be like, yeah, we'll ship it to you. What's your port license number?
Where are you at? Oh, I missed it by one. There's Bob. Right now talking.
Hang on.
It's gonna go flash the lights at you or something.
Just hope it's the lights.
Yeah.
Make sure you got some clothes on.
Bob's right there. Look, he is naked. All right, well, I can't see shit. Luckily.
You really didn't think I?
All right, well, if you want to come over, Mom, I'm gonna start working on that thing ass early.
Oh no, I'm already been drinking, so I'm not driving. So yeah.
No,
Okay.
I don't
No
want to
worries,
do
man.
any work.
All right. See ya.
All right.
So, thanks, Bob.
It looks like a
That's
weird
fucking
shady.
hilarious. That was funny.
So if I drive down this street a little bit further, I get to the stop sign.
Is that Bob's Corner right there at the stop sign?
No. Well, I was just give me a scale or whatever. Go to this stop sign right here. And then if I just kept walking that way, the airplane museum, but I can't drive over there because there's a river.
Oh, that's cool. So that's why Bob picked that place. It could be near airplanes.
Airplanes.
Yeah, I know you like airplanes.
Well, he's like half an hour closer or more here than he was last year.
So whatever happened about the van?
Well, I sold Bob the batteries out of it, and I'm going to pull out my other electronics that I paid for, and then probably pull out that divider in case I can get another van, and then I'm just going to sell it and try to get some money back out of it. And then I will wait around till I can afford to buy a van again.
Yeah, the motor's pooched. It's got a one piston destroyed.
Well, hopefully you get a decent amount from selling it. If someone, either wants a project van or like for spare parts or whatever.
Anything like back home, they give you $500 just for something they're going to haul to the scrap heap.
Yep.
So once you drive around that school and that army base there, now you're at the airplane museum. I guess you can't see shit, but
Yeah, it's
driving
all
past
black.
all kinds of badass airplanes. I don't have my shit hit up. If I get in
And say,
trouble for lighting
turn
up,
your spotlight on and shine it over there.
I thought I'd get in trouble for going slowly past the airplane museum with my spotlight on the planes.
Oh, like you're scouting
that would
out or
work.
something.
Undue attention.
Are you allowed to shine for deer down there? Like if you're driving through the desert looking for where the deer run around? Or any type of critters?
Never heard anybody doing that. I don't think it would be effective. I don't know if it'd be legal. You can't hunt at night.
Pretty
Well, I know
sure
you
that's
can't
illegal,
hunt at
huh?
night, but like up here, people will go shining for deer just to like see what areas they hang out at the most. So then during the day, they like go to those areas. Like they know, oh yeah, there's a bunch that hang around this field all the time. So
Well,
you
we
can-
don't have the same kind of situation.
Right.
Our deers
Well,
are out in the middle of thousands of acres. mountains and shit. You can't just drive up to a mountain and shine home mountain or anything.
And it's still not legal here, Smeggy.
It is during parts of the year. It's just not legal. Like between whatever to November, whatever, like the middle of November, like during hunting season.
Right.
But you can middle of July if you want.
But it aggravates me too. Because half the time people are shining lights at my house and
Yeah. Well, I remember we had some shiners come by our place up north, and they were like going real slow and shine, and they actually went as far as to like come back around and shine again. We were sitting out at a freaking bonfire, like you can't tell there's people there. Come on. And they started driving down our driveway, which, to be fair, it's like a 2-track in the middle of the woods. Like our driveway's like a quarter-mile long, so they might have thought it was like a fire trail or something, and not necessarily a driveway. Well, it just so happened I had just got a spotlight from my uncle that was 1,000,000 candle watt power. So, like, when we saw him come by, I was actually playing with it earlier, so it was still, like, sitting right there. So I turned that fucker on and shined it, like, right through their windshield, and they backed up and went away. I was like, oh, you're shining for deer at our place? Well, yeah, I'll shine for assholes. Look, found some in a truck.
Would have been way better if you would have started shooting at their spotlight and then, propped up a deer carcass with a rifle.
Oh, yeah, shooting at a vehicle-mounted spotlight with people inside. That's totally not, like, attempted murder or anything.
Never seen Crocodile Hunter or Crocodile Dundee?
I have. Those people were shooting kangaroos or whatever, though, with a spotlight.
Yeah.
These guys were just looking for deer to find a place to hunt. Well, guess what? It's private land. You ain't coming to hunt anyways.
A lot of spotlighters are actually spotlighting deer to poach them. That's why it's illegal in most places.
I still don't think I'm going to discharge a weapon in the direction of a vehicle with people in it unless they're actively, like, shooting at me or something.
It's an alien
Because you'd probably get in trouble.
Without permission, shining spotlights at you. They might be trying to, like, you don't know. You're defending yourself. It's your property.
That would be a rough one.
In all shapes and sizes, man.
I feel like I would have a bad day in court if that's what I went with. Oh, this truck with a spotlight on it? I thought it was an alien. So I shot at it from a quarter mile away.
Trying to attack me. No, seriously, if you just fired kind of up in the air, way over their heads, I'm sure as soon as I saw the muzzle flash, they'd be, oh, fuck. And they'd be gone. And you could go, I was celebrating that my sister got married 10 years ago.
I have a neighbor that got hung on that. He had some trespassers on his property. Put a couple warning shots in the air to scare him off. And he ended up the one in trouble and not them.
Bullshit.
Hell, when I was younger, we used to go out in the bush with shotguns and try and knock branches off on top of the other guy for shits and giggles. That was terribly irresponsible, by the way, and I wouldn't recommend anyone doing it, but it was funny as hell.
And not that I'm recommending this, but this just kind of came to me. If you were to, shoot like a warning shot type thing in the middle of the night, and they end up like calling the cops on you, you could always tell the cops that you were like shooting at a coyote, because coyote hunting is legal at night. Like you can do anything you want to hunt coyote. I think there might be one season where like you can't hunt at night. So you have to make sure it's not that time of the year.
Or it could just be you saw a skunk, or something was threatening your dog. You fired around to scare it off. You figured it was maybe a rabid skunk, or could have been a raccoon, or maybe a coyote. You fired a shot in the air to scare it off. Oh, were there people around? I didn't see them.
Yeah, I don't normally recommend actually, doing that kind of stuff, but I'm just saying if you're thinking of some reason why you would have shot like one random shot in the middle of the night, coyote hunting wouldn't have been a bad one. You'd be like, yeah, I missed.
Well, everything I've read says never give a warning shot. Make your main shot the one that counts.
Well, didn't Joe Biden say to blast off a couple of rounds out the window?
Yeah, and the guy who did that got in trouble. Even though he's like, oh, but Joe Biden said so. And they're like, well, Joe Biden's a fucking idiot. Don't do that. That was his official defense. They call it the Joe Biden defense.
Isn't Biden then responsible for his legal bills?
No. Because Joe Biden never, he never claimed to be legal representation. Like he never like, by the way, I'm a lawyer and this is totally legal. You should shoot off your porch. Like he never said that. He just said something that he thought was a good idea.
But
it's up to you to either take that advice or not.
He is a lawyer and he's the vice president. So, I mean, he shouldn't have been speaking. I mean, he should.
Yeah, but that was Joe Biden.
Very sure if Trump said something like that and somebody did it, the press would be all over him that it's all Trump's fault.
That's possible. But again, whatever the press wants to say or think has no legal bearing on the case. You would still get, if Trump said that exact same thing and you did the same thing that guy did, you would still get in trouble, even if you're like, but the president said so. They'd be like, yeah, well, the president's wrong. That's not good legal advice.
That doesn't seem right.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, I would definitely agree that warning shots are not a good idea. And part of it, I've heard it described this way, is that if you're like, well, I just wanted to scare them off, so I did a warning shot or whatever, the prosecution can come back at you and say, well, the fact that like you didn't, you shot a warning shot instead of like just engaging them and shooting them shows that you weren't really fearful of your life, because if you were, you should have shot at them. Like you were only kind of fearful or whatever like that. You just wanted them to go away or something. Like, I'm not doing it justice, but that's how they'll kind of twist it to be like, well, you were only kind of in danger. That's why you felt like shooting a warning shot was okay. But you're only allowed to use lethal force if you're actually in danger.
Yeah. So obviously you didn't feel yourself to be in real danger. Otherwise you wouldn't have fired that warning shot. So.
Exactly.
So don't choke them, smoke them.
And it tends to be that, it obviously this all depends on states and whatnot, right? But there are a lot of places that, like, if you're just trying to scare off a trespasser or whatever, you don't have the right for lethal force just because they're trespassing. Like, if they're in your home or something, that's one thing. But just being on your property, they could be a lost hiker. They could be, like, they have to do actions to prove they have the intent to do you. What do they call that? Oh my God, what? Something physical harm, but there's like a word like really bad physical harm or, lethal stuff. What the hell's that word? Anyways, they have to have the intent, the ability, and the opportunity. Those are the three things that the bad guy has to have in order to justify a, lethal defense. Masada Ayub has a great breakdown. I love this video because it came out around the whole when people were like, we need to change stand your ground laws because they let people just shoot anyone and get off scot-free. And he's like, no, they don't. This is what has to, these are the conditions met. And he uses the example, let's say there's a guy in the back of this room. Here's a big auditorium. He goes, and he yells out, "I'm going to kill you." Okay. He has the intent. Like he told us so, whether verbally or through his actions can display intent. Well, yelling out, "I'm going to kill you" is intent. He has a knife in his hand. Okay. That counts as ability because a knife is determined to be, a lethal force thing. So he has the ability, but he's in the back of the room, which means you can't shoot him from the back of the room. He has to be reasonably close in order to consider opportunity. Now, the rule of thumbs that hold like the 21 feet thing, because you can run 21 feet at the same time it takes to draw a gun and fire a shot. But that's not a hard rule. If he's 22 feet away and you shoot him, like, you're probably still okay. Because you're like, well, he was pretty close. But if he was 100 yards away and you shoot him and all he had was a knife, you're going to have a tough time saying, well, he might have stabbed me. Well, he might have, but you have to wait till he gets within 10 yards or whatever. Like, he starts running at you, well, get ready, and then shoot him when he gets closer. But whatever. So those are the three things. And like I said, the breakdown's really good. And then he goes off on a tangent on just the ability part, because there are some things like the presence of a weapon will count as ability. So knife, gun, baseball bat, golf club, like that kind of stuff. Okay, that's ability. If they have one of those things, that counts. But there are other things that count as ability that an unarmed person could have. And that's where disparity of force comes in. So if they're like, a whole heck of a lot stronger than you and bigger than you and all that stuff, then you could make the case like, okay, yeah, this bodybuilder can beat up this like, regular person or, a woman. They said that, the court tends to put them as like, okay, it's known that women tend to be less strong than men. So a big, strong dude beating up on a woman, that counts as disparity of force. He has the ability. And the fact he's actively beating her up shows that he has the intent, and it shows he has the opportunity because he's right there, like punching her in the face. The other thing is different numbers. So a group of 5 guys coming up on you, or hell, even 5 women, if they're like, we're going to kill you, and there's 5 of them, you can defend yourself. I mean, there's more of them than there are of you. So that counts as ability, as long as the other 2 things are met also. But that was it. It's like a 20-minute video. Man, it is such a good breakdown. Like I said, it dispels myths of the whole like, well, drug dealers are just going to shoot each other and say, I was scared, and then they get to go home. It's like, no, it doesn't work that way. You can't be doing illegal stuff and then claim self-defense. Like, you were the one doing illegal things, so it doesn't count for you. You have to be legally someplace you're allowed to be. In fact, I think I have that video favorited on my YouTube. I'm going to see if I can find it, and I'll throw a link out there. And this was the one video I was arguing with this guy at work, and it was right around the whole Zimmerman thing. And he was basically saying that, oh, these people are going to go around and just, shoot a bunch of people and say, I was scared. Like, I'm scared of teenagers. I'm scared of clowns. I'm scared, therefore I can kill them. And I'm like, no, that's not how it works. And he goes, yes, it is. And so I found this video that was, like I said, a great breakdown of how that's not how it is. You can't just be scared of something. It has to be, a reasonable person, and they have to have all 3 things, intent, ability, and opportunity. You can't just be like, I saw a clown down the street, so I shot him because I'm scared of clowns. No, it doesn't work that way. Anyway, so I sent him this video, and then he was arguing with me like after lunch. I'm like, did you watch that video at lunch that I sent you? It's like, I'm not watching that stupid thing. I'm like, okay, then you're willfully ignorant. I'm not going to argue with you about this because here are, the points. If you want to have an intelligent discussion with me where I know a lot about this stuff, I want you to be on the same level playing field as me. So you should learn the same types of things, and then we can discuss back and forth. But if you're not willing to even spend freaking 20 minutes, dude, like, it's not that hard to listen to a video for 20 minutes. And hell, you could probably skip half of his thing and still get the majority of of what's going on.
Well, and here in Michigan, we don't have stand your ground laws yet, do we?
Yeah, we do.
We do have stand your ground.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
I thought we still worked off the Castle Doctrine.
Well, we have Castle Doctrine, but it's been extended to, any place you are legally allowed to be. And that's the thing, like stand your ground and Castle Doctrine, those aren't necessarily
They're different
things.
Castle Doctrine is basically that you don't have to assume that a person is there without ill intent. You don't have to wait for them when they hit your property to prove that they're there to do evil. So little old lady, the first problem what Smeggy's talking about is that guy is assuming everybody who carries a gun is Smeggy, an adult male, white male who's capable. So when you're talking about somebody who's not capable, single mom, disabled anybody, old anybody, somebody who lives in a neighborhood that's changed around them and they can't afford to do much except live there, they don't.
No, even out of shape anybody, people without muscles or something.
Right. So Castle Doctrine says that they don't have to assume that the person's there to hurt them. If they're there and they're not supposed to be, then they have a justification to defend themselves. Stand your ground is like, do you have to run away? Do you have to prove, beyond reasonable doubt that you didn't have any other option? So it's two different things. But neither one of them is it's an alternative to consequences or responsibility. So when you're having that conversation with somebody, just ask them to give you any basis except for their feelings, why the person who would be affected by this would be a criminal. Because basically the stand your ground is the best way I've heard it described is that the victim isn't accused. It's the victim is innocent until proven guilty. Where otherwise, without that, then anyone who justifiably uses lethal force is a murderer, and they have to then plead their case. And that's why states go away from it, because otherwise you're making victims prove that they were victims, and that's something that's an undue burden. When you didn't decide to have an altercation or a lethal force incident, it was thrust upon you. And now all of a sudden you're supposed to gather your wherewithal and your resources and your ability to just out of nowhere, justify your defense.
Right, and that's the other thing I was going to say.
There's a heck of a lot of CCW carriers, and a lot of them are in states that have this. According to you, this is opening the door to this eventuality. So show me any instance of this eventuality in the decades that these other states have had the similar set of circumstances that you're convinced is going to lead to this presumed result. So you're basically going to say your position is that even though it's never happened before and there's decades and millions of people to have the numbers for, you're going to ignore all of that because you feel that Michigan is so much different than the rest of the country that you are all, not killing each other because of the way that the laws are set up right now. That's a massive leap for that guy.
Oh yeah, well, and that's, if I can jump into his brain, although it may hurt, he would say something like, "Oh, it is happening all over the place." And I'd say, "Okay, show me once." "Well, it just is. It's happening. It's all over the place. It's happening all the time." "Okay, show me one example." It just is. He can't be bothered to actually look and find something. Because he already knows that it happens all the time. That people are killed over parking spaces all the time. I mean, he just knows it happens. Because, think about it. There's a bunch of people out there carrying guns. It must happen. That is his mentality. It's like, how the fuck do you argue with that? It's so frustrating. I just worked myself up. It's so frustrating. I'll still remember that day that he said people who carry are going to kill someone over a parking spot. And I looked him right in the eyes and said, "Do you think I'm the type of person to kill someone over a parking spot?" And he's like, "Well, not you." I said, "Because that's what you just said to my face, that people like me murder people over parking spaces. we take a human life
you that
because
you
someone
murder-
took my parking spot.
He said that you would murder people if it weren't for the laws that exist. That's what he said.
Well, no, because Michigan has stand your ground and stuff. So that's according to him, I'm allowed to go shoot whoever I want and say I'm scared, and the cop pats me on the back and gives me a cookie.
You should then just follow.
Now, see,
up.
I thought
You're
we had
scaring me, dude. You're scaring me.
That would have been awesome. Be like, you know what? The way you're talking is making me quite fearful.
I'm not quite understanding the definitions. I thought in Michigan, be first, and shooting was your last response.
No, we do not have a duty to retreat.
Now, see, I thought we had that.
No, we used to, because we just got Castle Doctrine, I don't know, 10 years ago or something, where because that was the thing. You used to have to, like, if they kick in your back door, you have to run upstairs. And if they rummage around your living room, you can't do anything about it. But if they come upstairs, then you can shoot them, like that type of thing. But if you could jump out a window, like, you should have done that. It's all this Monday morning quarterbacking shit that, like, you know, the court's trying to tell you what you should have done at that second. I mean, that's ridiculous.
You be Sarah's going, I've got all the gold.
I don't know if I broke up or if he did, but it sounded like a gem
I was
of a
just saying.
comment.
Yeah, you'd just be standing at the top of the stairs going, I've got all the gold and money up here, and you're never going to get it, right?
Oh, trying to, like, bait them up the stairs or something. You'd probably get in trouble for that, too.
Well, you don't have to say you said it. You're not going to record it, and they won't be able to testify.
All right, well, I'm not going to encourage that, but anyway.
I wouldn't fire a warning shot then.
I certainly wouldn't fire a warning shot. If the trigger's getting pulled, it's because it needs to be getting pulled.
So Smaggy, do you
Which
guys
is how this conversation had. I'm sorry.
Smaggy and Dusty, I apologize. Do you guys actually have stand your ground, or do you just have Castle Doctrine that extends to anywhere you are legally allowed to be?
Well,
and you do not have a duty to retreat.
Okay, so that's the thing I was starting to get into before. I kept getting sidetracked on myself. But when people say, like, Castle Doctrine, stand your ground, those aren't hard definitions. Those are things that, like, they describe certain sets of laws that are mostly similar. So Castle Doctrine just means, like, you know, if someone's in your house, you can assume they're a bad guy. You don't have to wait for them to show actions that they're a bad guy. And then stand your ground is, I don't have to run away if someone's attacking me or whatever. Those are the kinds of things. So, but in that sense, yeah, Michigan, we definitely have the Castle Doctrine thing. If someone is in your home illegally, you don't have to wait for them to be like, I'm a bad guy here to kill you. You can just be like, this guy's probably here to kill me. Like, he's a bad guy in my house uninvited. Or bad girl. I don't want to be sexist. But so that's
it's not the obligation of the innocent, startled, surprised victim to know the intent of someone who's just broken into their home.
Right. Because it basically it's reasonable to assume that they're probably bad guys. Like, that's a reasonable person would think, holy crap.
It's reasonable to assume that an innocent victim who's startled and surprised, who was, you know, didn't have an appointment for this, who's minding their business, and somebody comes into their home, they aren't going to be able to figure that out. It doesn't matter if it's a good guy or a bad guy. What it's saying is that you are innocent to be in your home being innocent, and no matter what the situation, because it can also apply to somebody who's drunk and walks in the wrong house and gets shot for busting into the wrong house. The person can't then say, I had no ill intent, and it's up to you to determine if there's ill intent or not when you're startled awake at 2 a.m. with somebody rattling the door and swearing and pushing on the door till it finally opens, and then staggering into the kitchen and rummaging around for potentially a knife. So it's up to you to know that I was just drunk. That's the difference between Castle Doctrine or not. Stand your ground is just, well, I guess that's the same thing when you're in your house, but it basically says that you don't have a duty to retreat when that happens. When that person breaks into your house, you're not obligated by law to flee out the back door and let them have their way with your house. or with your kids in your kids' room, or with your dog, or whatever the hell else you might have in your house that you don't have with you when you're sleeping.
There not been instances where the police have got the wrong house and have broken in, the door down, and come in and been faced with a gun wielding homeowner, and the homeowner was ultimately considered innocent for shooting a police officer, although I believe what I heard, it wasn't fatal in that instance. But yeah, originally he was in a lot of shit, but
And then Castle Doctrine will say that if you're in your home, all that stuff applies, but it also applies when you're in a hotel or when you're in a place that you legally are renting. It applies when you're in your vehicle. It applies. So in other words, Castle Doctrine just says that just because you're out and about doesn't mean you have less right as a victim to not have an obligation to know the intent of a bad guy.
Right.
And the thing is that those laws work because when bad guys know that the law is going to come down on the side of the innocent, and they're the ones not innocent, then they know that that's the conditions in that state or in that locality, and you find less crime then. And that's the part where they'll ignore all that, and they'll go back to their perceptions and their feelings and their assumptions that, well, I'm afraid and I don't understand, and I can't be bothered to look at what's already happened and the existing time that we've had laws and whatnot. And I think that because I watch TV and stuff, that guns are bought by people who are scared ultimately and compensating for something, or in the best case, and then in the worst case by killers who are looking for an excuse to legally just kill. And if they want to have a perception like that, that's great, but we shouldn't have to defend that perception. They should need to defend that because they don't have anything on their side. So
right, they're making the claim that exists. So
right.
They have to come up with the proof that it does.
That is just like, bring me any numbers. You can't just say that happens. Show me. It should be simple for you to show me when this happens, because I can show you that it doesn't happen. I can show you millions of gun owners in Florida, for example, or Vermont or Arizona or Montana or any of the other 13 states that have constitutional carry, where literally anyone who's able to carry a firearm in any way they see fit can and probably may carry a firearm any way they see fit. And then I can also show you that these are some of the less violent states we have. So to suggest that there's any violence, let alone an increasing rate of violence when these laws protect the innocent, then you're just coming up with shit. So that's like me saying I don't think red cars should exist because they tend to make people drive faster, and that's unsafe. Red cars look like stoplights at a distance, so I think that they shouldn't be able to make cars that interfere with traffic signals.
Yeah, because someone might plow through a red car thinking it's a stop sign or something. Yeah.
Or stop dead. What if they saw a red car and then they stopped dead, and then the car behind them plowed into them? Is that, whose fault is that? I think it's the red car's fault because they created a situation where it was confusing. So it's just that kind of bullshit logic that they're trying to come up with, I think.
And then I would say, okay, show me one case where someone slammed on the brakes because they saw a red car. And when you can't find that, then there you go. It doesn't happen. You can't just say it does without any backup proof.
And in Michigan, they consider your RV as an extension of your home. So you have all the rights in your RV that you have in your home. But there's a lot of states that don't even consider that.
Right. Yeah, there might be some, but I think a lot of them do extend that stuff out.
Oops. I wouldn't say a lot. Some states have that. I think it's a minority, honestly.
That's what I'm saying. The majority have RVs being covered by a Castle Doctrine type law. But
yay.
But there are definitely nuances to some of these things too. So, as everyone knows, check your actual state, because we're speaking in generalities, but normally stuff that's classified as Stand Your Ground or Castle Doctrine are very similarly written to cover a lot of the same things. That's why people say that, because it's a way of grouping, this set of laws pertain to some type of self-defense, and they're very similar to this other set of laws in another state. So if you're speaking generally, then it will apply to both. But there could be some weird situations where in one state you're okay and the other state you're not because of, whatever. Which I still need to do my homework here for Dusty to show what the Michigan laws actually are. But it is my understanding that, we have the stand your ground and castle doctrine. If you're just walking down the street, anywhere you are legally allowed to be, you're allowed to protect your person or your loved ones.
Well, changed because it's been years since I did my permit. So
yeah, and that's
the knowledge I was given at my permit could be different now.
Right, which is why you should review every once in a while. And that's why, in fact, I still have to renew my permit this year. You have to sign a thing when you go to renew that says like, you've been to the range in the past 6 months or something, and you've reviewed the current laws and your class notes. So, and you just sign it, be like, yep, I did. And I count talking on gun channels about this stuff and looking stuff up as reviewing my gun laws.
I think it qualifies as that. Myself, that's kind of what I've done too. So if you watch a couple YouTube videos and that's good, right? Probably get more out of these talks than I do reading something anyway. So
yeah, so here's the very first one. Michigan Stand Your Ground Law, which is MCL 780.972, provides that an individual who has not or is not engaged in the commission of a crime at the time he or she uses deadly force may use deadly force against another individual anywhere he or she has the legal right to be with no duty to retreat. So that just means you can be walking down the street, you can be at the supermarket, you can be anywhere. And if you do not have a duty to retreat, you don't have to run away if someone attacks you or whatever. And then all the other self-defense laws kick in of where that person has to have the ability, the intent, and the opportunity to do you grave bodily harm. I remember the word, it's grave bodily harm or, death. You can defend with lethal force.
That sounds about the same as it is here, but I've never heard it referred to as stand your ground here. I've just heard it as an extension of castle doctrine into wherever you're legally and lawfully allowed to be.
Yeah, exactly. And then another part that's a lot of times built into castle doctrine, but not always, and this thing goes into it. Castle doctrine gives immunity for liabilities to individuals when an intruder enters their home, and blah, blah, blah. And 22 jurisdictions have also extended the immunity to other locations, some extending to anywhere where a person may legally be. So yeah, so some of it's like, hey, this is our castle doctrine stuff, and anywhere you are currently in a castle. You're in a 5-foot radius castle, or 7-yard radius castle. I don't know. They probably don't give numbers, but that's another way to look at it. Your immediate space is your castle, no matter where you are. Oh, there's a handful of states that these yellow ones. Castle doctrine only, duty to retreat in public. Minnesota, Iowa, a couple of them next to there. I don't know what those states are. And then a whole bunch up in the northeast part. That's a kind of cool map. Here, I will screen share. Screen sharing. All right, so the solid green is stand your ground laws. The lightest green is stand your ground in practice. I don't know what they call the difference of that. The blue ones stand your ground within one's vehicle. And then the yellow is what I was just talking about. Castle doctrine only, duty to retreat in public. And then the red ones are duty to retreat. So that must be DC, is the little red dot. And then this one up here. What's the upside down one up in the northeast? Is that Vermont or New Hampshire? Because that's what those two are, right? I don't know which one's which. And then I don't know what these are. These must be some of these islands or something that we have that aren't states yet. But some of those are red.
Ohio's
that's good to know. Yeah. So they have stand your ground in your car, but I guess not if you're like walking down the sidewalk.
Yes.
I don't have to look into that more.
That's the way I take it too. That's interesting.
You talking about the difference between Vermont and New Hampshire?
Yeah, I don't know. Which one's the upside down one?
Vermont looks like a V.
Okay, so Vermont has duty to retreat. Which is weird because they're normally pretty pro like gun and rights and stuff. So that means if you're I don't know if this is talking in the home or if this is out and about. But either way, I guess if you're walking down the sidewalk in Vermont, you got to run away.
And stand your ground by U.S.
What do you mean? Where do you see
jurisdiction? Dark green. The term for the dark green.
Oh, that's the first. So it doesn't show up right when I made it bigger, but like the top of the chart is stand your ground law by U.S. jurisdiction. Like that's the title for it. And then dark green is stand your ground law. Light green is stand your ground in practice. I don't know what the difference between that is. And then blue is from the vehicle. Yellow is, in your house, no duty to retreat. In public, you do have a duty to retreat. And red is you have a duty to retreat.
Well, that's kind of the question I had. What's the difference between those two terms?
Yeah, what are the subtle nuances between the dark green and light green?
I don't know. It does not mention in this article. This is just Wikipedia stand your ground law. So it's talking about like just in general.
What's the difference between what two?
Well,
you'll have to put the screen share back up for G-Webs. Smeggy.
Well, I can just read what. So the dark green says stand your ground law. A light green is stand your ground in practice.
Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure what the difference with that would be. Means that maybe they have not historically persecuted innocents.
Yeah, okay, so
they go around arresting every innocent victim.
So I found what it is. So they say states that have adopted stand your ground in practice, and then this is like the side note, either through case law / precedent or jury instructions or by other means. And it's California, Colorado, Idaho, Illinois, New Mexico, Oregon, Virginia, and Washington. So those are like, so by case law or precedent, you basically have stand your ground, but it's not specifically in the law that says you don't have to run away. It's just that most of the time something comes up, that's the precedent. The court looks at that and says, well, we've said it before, you don't really have to run away. But it's not solid in law. Stand your ground laws are frequently criticized and called shoot first laws by critics, including the Brady campaign to prevent gun violence. And this is just, they do this kind of shit all the time. So in Florida, self-defense claims tripled in the years following the enactment. Well, yeah, because now they're allowed to enact that. Like before, it wasn't a thing. So of course,
compare that with the number of old ladies that went to jail because they defended themselves against freaking,
Exactly.
And then now she's dead, or I guess now she's in jail, and that guy has like a massive or that guy's family has a massive settlement because of his loss of work.
Oh, and this is a good one. But before passage of law, Miami Police Chief John Timoney or whatever called the law unnecessary and dangerous, in that whether it's trick-or-treaters or kids playing in the yard of someone who doesn't want them there, or some drunk guy stumbling into the wrong house, you're encouraging people to possibly use deadly force when it shouldn't be used. Really? Someone's going to shoot a trick-or-treater and claim stand your ground? Are you fucking dumb? That doesn't happen. Oh, fuck you. I guess I should have called him by Police Chief Dummy McDumbface. I shouldn't have said his real name. You're seriously saying you're going to shoot kids playing in your yard because of fucking stand your ground laws being passed? Show me once when it happened. I'm with you. Like, you made the claim. You have to provide the proof of that.
Mm-hmm.
And this is bullshit too. I don't remember where I saw the debunking of this, but it said something about they're talking about like racial differences or whatever, and they have particularly negative impact on minorities who are stigmatized as dangerous. Oh, good. It says citation needed, because you can't citate that, because actually their minorities are the most likely to use that defense, and when it should be like it's a good thing for them, because it's not just the little old lady, it's the little old black lady who gets attacked and defends herself. So the fact to be like, oh, it's you just I'm not gonna sleep tonight, man. I'm getting all worked up. Oh my god! Even after they do that, then they have a whole other section for racial outcomes. Whatever. Go fuck yourself, people.
And the whole article you're looking at was probably written after the Zimmerman thing.
Well, this is under the like controversy part. Like there's part that just explains what it is, and then there's a whole section for like the controversy, and that's where they're giving, pros and cons to it type of thing. Because what this effect on crime rates, they start quoting John Lott, so that's good. He's normally good at that kind of stuff. Yeah, John Lott says that states adopting stand your ground / castle doctrine laws reduced murder rates by 9% and overall violent crime by 11%. And that occurs even after accounting for a range of other factors such as national crime trends, law enforcement variabilities, income and poverty measures, and a bunch of other things. Yeah. Because that's the other thing too. I mean, you can be like, hey, like violent crime's going down across the board. So it's like, okay, some states, they put in more restrictive gun laws and their violent crime went down, and some put in more pro-right laws and their gun rate, their crime rate went down. So you look at it and be like, well, I guess they both work. Well, if one only goes down by 1%, like where you had the gun control part, and the other one goes down by 12%, and the national average is 7, obviously the states that have the pro-gun things are going down more than the national average. So it's working better. Whereas the ones that did the gun control, it only went down 1%. It's actually doing worse. Like if they didn't do that, averages says it should go down 7. Like that's the national average. So that's the other thing. People be like, well, it's going this way. It's like, yeah, but it's going that way slower than other places. So you are, you are affecting it. You're changing the rate that it changes compared to other places that are doing better. But on the grand whole, everything's going down, whether it's more gun control or more rights, crime's going down. And that's probably from other factors as well. But that's the one thing. Because I don't, John Locke goes a little above and beyond what my personal stance is. And I'll agree, he definitely does way more research than me. And I like the work he does. But he goes on a positive assertion. He says that like more guns cause less crime.
That's true.
It's possible. I mean, like I said, I really like the guy. I tend to agree with him on stuff. But what I go with, it's a little softer approach. As I say, I can't necessarily prove that, having more guns causes less crime. But what it does show is the negative of more guns, more crime. I can positively prove that is false. More guns do not equal more crime. Whether they cause less crime or they happen to also have less crime, that's where you could get in the weeds a little bit. But
there's no weeds. There's just not paying attention. So if you're talking about more guns, that's in the United States. That means more guns in the hands of individuals, right? That doesn't mean more guns only in the hands of criminals, right? Just means more guns. So if you're talking there's more guns out there, then there's again more potential for lethal consequences for actions. And when there's more consequences, that's how it is that there's no crime in places that there's shit tons of guns. And there's almost only crime in cities where there's almost no guns. And there's like accidents and murders, like, passion shit that there's no possible way anybody thinks they're going to solve that. Then they're ridiculous, because then all you got to do is look at passion of pushing people over things and stabbing people and poisoning people. People are going to kill each other in passion. You can never remove items from their wherewithal to be able to stop that. But when you're talking about the criminal, right? So crime, when you're talking about crime and not accidents and not, passion, then you're talking actual muggings and murders and revenge killings and shit like that. That kind of stuff can only happen. It does only happen historically. Like there's nothing but facts to show that it only happens where there's almost no guns, where there's artificially fewer guns than there would normally be, and that creates an environment that criminals can thrive in. So I think his statement is definitely provable. I would think you'd have to go above and beyond and bring in non-ration to say the other.
I like doing beer runs when I'm broke. That never gets old.
Does that mean grab the beer and run?
Yeah, pretty much. Until you trip on a case of natural light, and then you realize how stupid you are. Yeah, I just killed the chat again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, my bad.
I think we're all just digesting stand your ground laws.
Well, they're interesting. I've been there, done that once or twice. Actually 3 times. But luckily they had a moment of pause. They realized what was at the steel end of them being upset.
Oh, really? You've had to use self-defense before?
Well, I've drawn my gun.
Well, I'd count that as self-defense.
Well, I mean,
honestly, I count that as the best kind, because I don't want to ever have to shoot someone. I really don't want to, even if they're being jerks. Like, I will if I have to, but I don't want to have to. I'd rather not be in that situation.
I've been justified twice. If I would have dropped them, I would have been okay. Pretty sure, but I'm like, okay, dude, I'm giving you a choice here. Calm down and leave, go away. And luckily, those people had the common sense, no matter how pissed off they were, on their own accord, not mine, to get that hot-headed, and they realized I'm in business.
Yeah, so I've never been put in that situation, thankfully. But like I said, I would hope that there would be that half second of reconsidering where the outcome is I'm not under attack anymore and I didn't have to shoot anyone. I think that's the best possible outcome.
I was never under attack. They were presenting a threat.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, that threat, it would be you being under attack. I don't mean they were physically, like, in the act of, like, attacking.
Honestly, like my last time, this asshole at the park that I was talking about once that was there giving me shit because my dog took a dump and I didn't bring a bag. And I was like, oh, I'll clean it up after. And usually he starts following me. And I go, you got a problem following me, buddy? I'm going to follow you. And I go, and honestly, in time, I didn't do it. What I should have done is basically, you know, pull up my shirt, or not pull up my shirt, but just kind of lean it up a little bit and show them, you know, that I'm carrying. It's legal to carry in that park. And like, I don't think that's such a great idea for you to follow me, much less follow me to my house, which he ended up doing. And I was like, yeah, you're fucking stupid. You know, you don't follow people. You know, if it would have been a woman, oh my God, it would have been a, you know, piece, you know, all kinds of crap. But I was a dude, nevertheless. You know, you're gonna follow somebody.
People would have saw that as a fair fight kind of thing. Like, well, it's just one guy following another guy, so that's fine. Which is bullshit because they pose just as much a threat to you. You know,
it's not a crime though.
No, but when he presents so with a very aggressive demeanor from his initial contact with you, and then he pursues you after the fact, after you just basically told him to like fuck off, you know, and then he follows you to your home on foot. Yeah, you're crossing several lines there, my friend.
Yeah, not if you had a cell phone with you, and there's, you know, I would not think that would be something. You didn't have to go home either.
Well, I mean, I'm not afraid to. If he wants to do it, he can do it. I wasn't like he want to follow me out, say have at it. But it's your, you know, you're gonna learn the hard way that you're as far as you think you're pissed off for whatever little reason it struck your fucking anger. It set you off this, you know, to go this far with a pile of dog shit. You want to take it here? It's, you know, it's pretty stupid. It's a very miscalculated risk, in my opinion, because if I was that big a hothead, I would have done something so a lot of other people might have not had any restraint. I mean, I don't go looking for trouble, but I don't mind fucking, you know, challenging it.
So at the same time, when he was following you, did you feel threatened enough to call the police and report it and say, get out here, somebody's following me?
I possibly should have, but I just don't usually do that because I'm like, okay, I can handle this. And anybody with most common sense would say, hey, I'm doing something stupid. I'm following a dude to his house, a grown ass man to his house, you know. And I just thought common sense would be the more thing that you play instead of just, you know, fucking doing that shit. Then the dickhead fucking picked up the dog shit and threw it at my fucking garage door about an hour later.
Well, there you go. So that's why he followed you. He wanted to make sure you were going to come back and pick it up.
I was, but not because he told me to. I don't know him that damn goddamn thing. It was his because he approached me in a very aggressive demeanor initially. And I was like, you know, I don't know you shit. I don't know who the fuck you are. You're not my dad. Fuck off. I'll pick it up, but I'm not going to pick it up because you fucking told me I got to pick it up. Yeah, and after I told him, go fuck yourself.
Well, if you threw it at your thing an hour later, obviously you didn't go back and pick it up.
Well, because I was pretty pissed off at him, and I was trying to cool down the initial contact. You got a point. I'm not arguing that.
Yeah, that's why, dude. I don't understand. Like I always had it that, you know, when I take my dogs for a walk, it's not for them to go use the restroom. Like that's not like. In fact, a lot of times you let them out first, like, and then go for a walk. But I know a lot of people, that's the whole point of taking the dog for a walk. But it's like, I got a backyard, like they're supposed to go hang out back there. They can get their little spot and be happy. and then we'll go for a walk for exercise, not to go use the restroom.
I hear you and completely on that. And I'm not disagreeing with you, but honestly, would you really get into it with somebody to the point where, you know, like you said, I have standard ground law here, and I was on my property, and you want to get into it and follow me to my house, and then fucking, you know, also, you know, potentially destroy my property, you know, but what he did after the fact, and I have it on video too. But do you want to get into all that, or a pile of dog shit where you can potentially end up, you know, in a fucking morgue? I mean,
well, I agree with you. That's a stupid thing to escalate.
Yes, exactly. I was like, I just don't get it. That clouded my logic right there, the way he approached it, to where I was like, okay, you really want to get into over this shit, dude. I was like, this is ridiculous, literally over this shit. And the reason I didn't go pick it up is basically to go tell him, go fuck yourself. I'm gonna pick it up because you told me to. I'll pick it up because, you know, I'm gonna go do it, and I was gonna do it. The only reason I didn't is because he's there hounding the fucking park waiting for me.
Yeah, what an idiot.
And I felt about it, and honestly, I just thought I proud of myself. I didn't let anything get the better of me and proving him wrong. I mean, after Friday, dude, my fucking job, I'm ready to relax. I'm not ready to take any more shit from anybody, literally. Much less some dickhead that I don't even know from fucking creation, you know, giving me a load of attitude. I treat people, you know, in my personal life like I want to be treated, you know, courteous, and my workplace professional and courteous. And when people don't treat me that way, I'm polite about it. And if they pursue to be, you know, that way, well, then I give them a taster of medicine. So is that your April Fool's patch here, Jewett?
Yeah.
Fine.
What do you think, Spanky's at work?
Yeah, it looks pretty awesome.
Egg's a little crooked, the border. Bottom left side.
Bottom left side is crooked.
No, maybe it's maybe me. Never mind.
I don't have it up and down. I have it on an angle. Like this. It's not up and down. It's like over a little bit.
No, my computer generated it, so I'm sure it's symmetrical. It's probably my vision. I saw a video today on Facebook. A guy, or these troops. It looked like they were in somewhere off of Russia, somewhere where they used AKs to jump another vehicle from the batteries.
Mm-hmm. I've seen that.
Kind of cool.
Yeah, I think the egg looks fine. I think maybe it's just because, like, the picture itself, you know, there's more stuff on the rabbit than there is on, so like the open part makes it look like it's kind of off, but then once you actually look at it, it looks fine.
No, it is what G said. It's because it actually is off.
Yeah, it's turned a little bit, but it's not.
If you were to cut it in half, it's counterclockwise, you know, a tiny bit, but that's by design from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, let's make sure everything fits in there.
You could drop some yellow in the inside background for Easter. That's just me.
Well, I mean, you can sew it on whatever, like, backing you want. So all that background will be just whatever color the fabric is. And then all that stuff will be the actual thread, which also can be any color, it feels like.
Oh, I'm getting tired. Is it 11 o'clock? What the hell? I've been drinking coffee all day, too.
And I'm the opposite. It's 2 o'clock here, and I'm not tired, which means I want to be tired in the morning when I get up. I saw a great picture on probably Instagram or whatever, but it was like, you know, it said like sleep at night, and it shows, I don't know, some little like thing, it, you know, says sleep on it, and this guy's chasing behind him with like a butterfly net, like, come here, it's time to go to sleep, like, get back here or whatever. And then it goes sleep in the morning, and you see the alarm clock's going off, and the guy's like about to get up, and then the little sleep dude has a gun to his head, said, you better not get out of this fucking bed or something like that. It's like, that's exactly when you should be going to sleep, you can't get to sleep. And then when you should be getting up, sleep's like, nah, right now is perfect for sleep.
Yeah, it's true. That's why it's complete bullshit. It's a con artist. It's a conniver. It's a swindler.
I can live all 6 hours.
Yeah, I would much prefer to sleep on just my regular rhythm, which, like, if I have whatever vacation or I'm camping or something, it's stay up late and sleep in a bit. Like, that's when my body's the happiest.
Oh yeah, I've been doing that all this past week. I've been off. Just been enjoying it, man. Now I gotta go back to fucking work tomorrow. Yeah.
You were off for a week while Catch wasn't here, and then as soon as he gets here, you're back at work? That sucks.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Are you going to meet up with him?
Catch? Oh, Mika.
Yeah,
he hasn't. I gave him my information on the chat, and he joined chat the other night. My personal information. You know, give him my fucking address.
When you tell a European your house address, they think that's a youth hostel, and they just live there. They bring all their European friends over.
Well, I know, and then I'm gonna make them bathe, and like, okay, here's what we do: we bathe in America on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Days start with T's, and so on. And
They're
he's
gonna
gonna have a shave.
They'll go down to the Riverwalk and do that.
Yeah, he's gonna have a rock. Like, I know Edge. And I'm like, oh, have a seat, sir. Have a seat. This especially Edge's table right here. And then they throw him in the river. I'm like, oh shit. Poor Mika.
Well, he's from Europe, so they'll be eating like the snails and frogs and shit out of the river.
Yeah, he'll be down in Michelinos getting this cargo.
No, I mean, just like going down the river and grabbing them out of there and make a little fire and cooking them and eating. Or maybe they eat that stuff raw. I don't want to judge.
Like, sir, you can't do that. This is unprofessional. I know Edge. Okay. And you Edge. Like, oh, now you're going in the river. Now you're bobbing for fishes. Mind you, that river's only about 3 foot deep. Funny about that river is they drain it once a year, and they found all kinds of shit in that river, literally all kinds of shit, and all kinds of treasure, if you will. They found wedding rings, expensive diamond rings. You know, somebody got too tipsy, came off their hand, and fell in the river. Jewelry, electronics, but I don't think those usually survive. But they find quite a bit of stuff when they drain that thing once a year. Well, I think Mika had a better reception talking about coming to America than Bob did when Bob was actually talking he's going to go see Chris and all kinds of other people in there, basically warning Bob not to come see them. You started by going to Tucson. Did he meet you?
Yeah, I was just over there like 5 minutes ago.
With Mika?
No, G-Webs was talking about Bob.
Oh, okay, good. Because he's talking about possibly taking a flight to Tucson. See, with some friends there, pretty much run the show, but he was gonna try to do that too. And I was like, well, you know, I'm not gonna make a plan. It's all good. If you make it, I'll probably call in for a day or so. It's all good. But so he wanted to come see me. I was like, hey, it'd be interesting. We're gonna find a Norwegian fare food here down here. Fish head stew. Then again, I've never even had goulash myself.
Well, on that note, I'm done saving everything. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, take it easy, man.
I heard goulash is like gumbo. It's just a bunch of shit people throwing in a pot and boil it up.
Oh, too many. Too many giants.
I saw a movie, I'll tell you. Have you guys seen The Great Wall?
No.
It's pretty good, man. It's interesting. Got a little John Woo kind of feel to it, but pretty cool. I did appreciate the movie. Interesting story and action.
Is that the Matt Damon one where he's like the only white dude in it?
Well, him and that dude from Narco, the Mexican dude. Yeah. So it's like him and Spaniard, I guess. But yeah, it was a cool flick. I avoided watching the initial like cams were put out there. I was like, I don't know. And then here, bobbing for videos, trying to figure out something to fucking watch tonight. And I watched that, and I was like, it's fucking cool, dude. I enjoyed it.
I'm going to have to say goodnight also, guys. I've got to go to Kalamazoo in the morning and meet with an accountant, so I need to get a little bit of sleep.
Yes, have a good evening too, as well.
I don't know. Take care.